Okay, we're live. So let me know if you can see and hear me. And I'm going to go ahead and say hello to everybody in Prechat. So welcome to Tim H. in Australia, Krizani Freefall, also in Australia, Chime Genie, Rosenshad, Eudemonus, Tommy H. joining us all the way from St. Petersburg, Russia, Gordon White in the United Kingdom, Argentum, Freefall, SG Flux 88, Nancy Farrar, Steve Heppel, Alchemia, and Dana, I believe, joining us from Italy. So we have about 23 people in the pre-chat. Just for those of you joining in the recordings, I think I'm going to start the actual chat in 2 hours. That'll be at 6 o'clock Central Time. The reason being, I've got another one of those tomes to get through tonight, so I'm hoping my voice will hang out. And Occult Fan, I'm sorry about that, Occult Fan. I didn't see you in the chat window. So anyway, a lot to get through tonight, guys. A whole lot. A lot of election focus, so I'm going to cover that right off the bat and clear the election stuff out of the way. Because I don't know about most of you, but I'm pretty sick of it, and it's getting so disgusting now with all of the leaks coming out with WikiLeaks and the New York Police Department and so on, and what they're detailing or alleging to detail is just, I don't know about you, but repellent. You know, I've always been repulsed by certain political parties and certain people, and this just sort of puts the nail in the coffin for me. But anyway, a lot of questions about the election tonight, so I'm going to tackle those first. But we do have some other interesting, very interesting observations about some spiritual things that people have experienced, reading certain things, or listening to certain music, or contemplating certain artworks that I thought were very interesting. So those will be coming up later, and then some just a few things about the metaphor again that some people are asking. And so it's kind of a diverse night, but it's kind of focused in those three areas. I've noted people are having difficulties with dropouts in the video. Some people are saying refreshing helps. Remember, when you see when you are talking about dropouts in the chat room, it makes me kind of panic. So hopefully we will get through this without too much bad stuff going on. But, you know, I put nothing past Darth Hillary and her people. You know, they seem to delight in interfering with just about anybody and everybody. So anyway, some people are saying if you're having problems, just go ahead and refresh the video window. Hopefully it won't be too bad tonight. Yeah, or space weather. Yep. It could be ET interfering with our vid chat. But anyway. Or the Republic thugs. You know, I don't put anything past them either. But anyway, there may be some internet issues. And I notice that occasionally I will freeze as well. Just, folks, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. You may be having internet server issues. I don't know, but there's nothing I can do. Complaining about it only frustrates me. So I don't know what to say there. Beach or lag, they're saying. I don't want to have to reboot and restart all this. I probably should have done a scan prior to starting. I normally try to remember to do that, and I forgot this week. But anyway, sometimes I think it's also internet related, guys. We've been having all sorts of denial of service attacks too. So I don't know. Cross your fingers. It's all we can do. I saw some people in another chat room, and I couldn't get into that chat room to tell these people that they're not in the right chat room. There's some people in the other chat room that need to get into this one if you're watching. Yeah, I think in some places it's internet server related rather than my buffer. I have enough RAM on this computer that it shouldn't be doing that. But anyway, somebody, pardon me, there was a bit of questions about the Oregon crowd fund. The website still is not up yet. That's out of my control. In fact, I'm getting kind of nervous about that because it's been several days since I've seen any action, so I don't know what's going on. As soon as I'm aware of anything, guys, I will let you know. Anyway, welcome to iZeta that just came into the chat. We've got a pile of questions to get through, guys, tonight. And for those of you asking questions about the elections, I might just zip through those because I'm at a point that I'm sick of them. You'll notice that I haven't been blogging much about them, if at all, about the U.S. elections because it's reaching a stage of disgustingness, particularly with the latest WikiLeaks revelations, just how disgusting it is. Anyway, iZeta is having problems apparently logging in. So hopefully, yeah, I do know that Catherine is in Europe. Hello to Catherine 60. I do know that Catherine Fitz is in Europe. I think right now she's in the Netherlands, Amsterdam or Rotterdam or someplace like that. I don't know why iZeta is having the problems getting into the video. She needs to fill out a support ticket for help. But anyway, check my email real fast here, guys, just to make sure I'm not missing any other questions, last-minute questions that have come in. Krizani says Catherine is in some random dam. Oh, that's pretty good. But anyway, so yeah, we've got the usual political questions, guys. So expect me to rant. For those of you who don't like my rants, you know, just brace yourself. I can feel one coming. I mean, really, pedophilia, occult sex, child rings, you know. Yeah, the Podesta Satanic Party, Rosenchad, and you know you know, if it weren't such tragic circumstances you'd have to laugh at these people. You know, really, you really want to have child sex parties worshiping Lucifer? Come on. Anyway, Eudemonist says, rant on. It's good therapy. Yeah, sick and tired of politics, you know, but that's the problem here. This isn't politics anymore. This is two worldviews. You know, listen, guys, I saw a political cartoon that made me laugh. It really did. It made me laugh. Um, I forget who sent it. It may have been somebody in our Australian contingent here, but they sent me this political cartoon of Russian roulette players. And, you know, the person playing Russian roulette was the American people. One revolver, representing the Clinton revolver, had the magazine completely full. and the other revolver, representing Trump, had the magazine half full. So, you know. Anyway, it made me laugh because that's pretty much how it seems. But anyway, it's really just bizarre. It's just bizarre. You know, I've been saying that I haven't seen anything this strange or far out since the Johnson Goldwater election. And that was child's play compared to this. What am I reading these days? Oh boy. Well, that's a clever way of finding out what I'm researching. So I'm going to tell you what I'm reading just for myself, but not what I'm researching. I'm reading a bunch of philosophical texts. I'm reading an interesting book about the de Medici family. I've been reading a couple of novels. I've been reading some music theory and kind of refreshing myself with C.P.E. Bach's treatise, and you know, I'm not really doing much reading for leisure. I'm doing a lot of reading for research because I want to get started on a book sometime between January and April of next year, provided Hillary Clinton doesn't round me up and send me to one of her fun camps, should she be elected. Anyway, what else have I been doing? I've been doing a little. I've been trying to get more pieces of my music in shape to be uploaded, and I simply can't get them to work for uploading. I've got 2 done, and I'm working on recovering a piece of music that I have the audio for, but that I've lost the score for. So I'm having to go back and listen to it and very, you know, slowly write down the score. And so I've been doing a bunch of that too. Believe it or not, I have been reading about Gerald Bull and his super gun. You know me, artillery fascinates me. So I may even do a webinar about Gerald Bull because I know some things about all of that that very few people have noticed. I've been doing some reading for another webinar that I started working on. What novels am I reading? I'm reading Off and On. I've been reading A Winter's Tale, Mark Helprin. It's been a number of years since I've read that. What other novel? I'm reading something else I can't remember right now. So anyway, that's what I've been doing. And trying to stay away from reading about American politics. So that's it. Chime says, I just got the polka dot file on the Robert F. Kennedy assassination by Fernando Fara. I haven't read it yet, but remember saying that I thought the lady in the polka dot dress may have been some kind of trigger. Yes, that's right. I haven't read that book, however, Chime. I did finish reading another book about the RFK assassination just recently, and I forget what it was. I'd have to go get it out of my book pile. I have piles of books next to my reading chair. So, on the rare occasions I do have company, though, I always hide the books that I'm reading for research. So people may think they know what I'm researching, but they really don't. But anyway, I've got all my research books piled up in my kitchen office on the big table I use to read and make notes on. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of reading and webinar prep. Couple of webinars I want to get done, and doing a little bit with my music. Trying to do a little bit with my music, let's put it that way. Unsuccessfully so far. But I've had kind of the very occasional angry email, where's the other movements to this concerto? Well, you know, be patient. I'm working on it. Anyway. And let's see. Nuclear is in the chat room, so welcome to Nuclear. No, Mr. President, that's nuclear, not nuclear. Nuclear. No, it's nuclear, Mr. President, not nuclear. Ramura says, I just finished your Rotten to the Common Core book. Do you think it's funny that Edward L. Thorndike is the brother of Lynn Thorndike, who wrote the multi-volume History of Magic and Experimental Science? No, I don't think it's funny. I think there's a direct connection, because basically what they've done is they've turned the public school into a vast social engineering mechanism. So, you know, that's right in line with occult practice. But anyway, thanks for the comments on Rotten to the Common Core. We worked very hard on that book. Dr. Lawrence did a lot of writing contribution to it, and then also some editing contribution to it. Anyway, Rosenshad says, thought so. What did you think so? I'm missing the context of that remark. Oh, do we have to have George W. Bush impersonations? Oh, please. Please. Oh. You know, here's a thought for you guys. Which would be worse, spending an evening with Hillary Clinton or George W. Bush? You know, oh, that's a really interesting painting, Mr. President. Such technique. Did you paint that by numbers? Oh boy. Rosensad says he thought so about the Thorndike question. Yep. Yeah. So anyway, a cult fan says he'd rather spend the evening with Hillary Clinton than George W. Bush. Not so sure I agree with that. I think it would be pretty much a toss-up. Oh my. TSC says, can we have our choice of an evening with gore? Or Occult Fan says, can we choose a guillotine? Yeah, you'd pretty much have to turn off your mind with either of those two. But, you know, Nuclear said, I think somebody said Hillary had a serious body odor issue, and so does Bush. Look, folks, I don't know, and I don't want to find out. I really don't. I really don't want to find out. But you know, it wouldn't surprise me. There is the odor maleficatorum, or I'm butchering the Latin. I'll have to look it up. But, oh dear. Someday there's going to be the George W. Bush Art Gallery. Yes, he painted this during his paint by numbers period. This was painted during his drunken period. Oh, my, oh my. Nuclear says, lol at the debate fly, the fly that landed right on Darth Hillary's face. Yeah, yeah, that kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? But, you know. Oh. A Cult Fan says, Doc is obsessed with Bush's art. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Sorry to burst your bubble there. Hello, Geiger. Oh, Geiger. What can you say? But, you know, Arna Saknasam is here, so welcome to Arna. SG Flux says Bush is an artist. That should be a period. No, not a period. You need the negative there. Bush is not an artist, period. Here we go. A Cult Fan says we're going to funnel the funds from the organ to buying him a genuine, one-of-a-kind George W. Bush painting. No, you're not. I ain't hanging it up. No way. No way. Frankly, well, I won't say it, you know, that's doing Jackson Pollock a disservice. As you know, I have no use for his quote-unquote art. Oh, wow. All right. Just one more time, guys. I am starting in about an hour and a half because there is so much to get through tonight, and I'm worried with the way that my sinuses have been the last 3 days. I'm worried that my voice won't make it. It's already a little hoarse. So anyway, we've got a lot to get through. SG Flux says, I've never even heard of Jackson Pollock until I came to these vid chats. Probably a good thing, and yes, you're right. Geiger says, where do you think most of the WikiLeaks and leak info has been coming from? Answer, U.S. intelligence. I think it's U.S. intelligence or some group within it. Oh, wow. Leon says Estulin thinks the leaks are FBI. That could very well be. That could very well be. For those of you who don't know who Daniel Estulin is, he's the guy that has been covering the Bilderbergers for so many years, has written a book on them. But anyway, it's got to be some sort of faction, guys, within American intelligence, because and ultimately I suspect the NSA, I really do suspect that somehow they're in that network. But anyway, TSC says that Jay Dyer did a good video on the subject this week. I'll have to watch that. Krzani says, if you look behind the theater of the election, you begin to see the war. Yeah, I agree. I think there's a real full-out conflict going on behind the scenes. I really do. Freefall says that old familiar sulfur smell. Yep. As a matter of fact, Freefall, the people I've heard talking about their body odor says that they do smell like that. But anyway, Rosenshad says the latest Jay Dyer video is pretty good. The dancing, singing Hillary is hilarious. Well, or hysterical. Yeah, hysterical would be a better word for her. But but anyway, I'll have to give that a watch tonight after Vidchat, because I do appreciate good political humor. I have to admit I do. And we get so little of it anymore. Freefall says Lul Doc. Yeah, well, Lul is about the word for it. We have to make up a whole new set of words for these people, I'm afraid. Krzani says it smelled like unspeakable rot. I don't doubt it. Excuse me. I don't doubt it at all. Excuse me. Anyway. So I'm bracing you guys, warning you that I might rant tonight. I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try and get through the political questions quickly. Because we do have a lot, including one of the most bizarre things I think I've ever read for a Vidchat, courtesy of Geiger, guys. So, anyway, yeah, we have some really bizarre stuff coming up, but some very interesting stuff. Anyway, Geiger says, I have an odd feeling about Prechat and Pence. Yeah, I do too. There's more than one way to read the other side of this too. And since you mentioned that, Geiger, I read a recent article on the Daily Bell that pointed out that this is all very convenient for making the national security state look like the good guys. And that's definitely a possibility. That's definitely a scenario in the mix as far as I can say. Anyway, Isaiah says, I have to go and do the groceries and other domestics. All right. Stop back in, Isaiah. Anyway, so yeah, I think there's a lot of scenarios going on here. Oops, I've got a message on Facebook here, guys. Let me check this out. Oh boy, yeah. Someone else just emailed me the stuff upon which Geiger has decided to concentrate tonight. Anyway, um, uh, so I'm seeing some people here I didn't say hello to when I opened up the chat tonight. So let me say hello to Kit K. Albert, and let's see, I think I said hello to Catherine60, but if not, hello. And let's see here, Argentum, I think I said hello to Argentum as well. So we've got a little good group here in Prechat. Anyway, Geiger says, I can't concentrate, to be honest. I'm on overload. I think everybody's been on overload. I'm so glad, folks, that I don't have my television hooked up, because I know that if I did, I'd probably be glued to each and every latest little revelation, and at a certain point, that just becomes self-defeating, because, these people are corrupt and evil, and that's basically all that needs to be said about them. So I figure, why waste more time with them? Anyway, nothing like good tobacco. Geiger says, I hope you got the final submission document about an hour ago. Yes, I did. I printed it out. But the problem, Geiger, was I wasn't able to read all of that JPEG file that you sent. I read enough to get the idea. It was weird. It was weird. And just for everybody else wondering what we're talking about, just wait for Geiger's comments tonight. Anyway, Dana says revelations or alleged revelations. Who can read 47,000 emails even with the search engine? Yeah, that's true. What is interesting to me, Dana, is the fact that certain emails out of all of these dumps appear to be part of the focus. So somehow somebody's alerting everybody, look at this particular set of emails or this particular email. Geiger says, just make sure you look at the picture at the end. Oh, boy. I didn't do that, I'm afraid. And right now, I don't know that I'll have the means or time to do so. Anyway, Oh, so we're in for a long haul tonight, I suspect, guys. It's going to go. I'm pretty certain it's going to go at least 3 hours, if not longer. So I'm going to try and save my voice. But SG Flux says, can you just upload the image and paste it? uh, I don't know that the chat room allows images to be pasted, quite frankly. But SG Flux says you can paste images into the chat. Well, I didn't know that. I've never done that. Leon says, not to be nosy, but are things any better for you financially? Not really. I struggle through. They're okay, but you know, they're not rosy. Let's put it that way. A cult fan says, not always, but try it. I'm assuming that you mean about images. See, that's the thing. I'm always so there. There we go. A cult fan has successfully posted an image, guys. Oh, Geiger, we can't read that. Jeez. Down Under. Welcome to Down Under in Australia. I probably should refresh my chat window here because I'm not seeing all these people in the user list. So give me just a second here, folks. Takes a while for this thing to cycle through. So let's see here. I missed a bunch of people, it looks like. So Down Under is here in Australia. Alchemia. All right, I got most of you so far. That's good. You can click on it and zoom in. All right. If I can, I'll try. All right. The last picture. All right, the last picture. What are we supposed to be seeing? All right. Well, okay. I looked, I think, at whatever it is I'm supposed to be seeing or not seeing. Checking my emails again, guys. Kane's wife and Pence. Well, you know, I don't want to give away my reaction to what you sent to ahead of time here, Geiger. But I'll sum it all up by saying perhaps a tempest in a teapot. I don't know. I don't know. But that's my initial reaction. But anyway, this is why it's important not to believe every conspiracy theory on the internet. I think there are far more important things to worry about in this referendum year than theories of that sort. Anyway, but we'll do it, guys. We've got some other interesting questions tonight, guys, about literature, art, spiritual states, and so on. And Leon is complaining that down there in Brazil, he says he has first world problems. All three of his room service orders are wrong. This is when you order in for pizza, Leon. Hmm. Either that or eggplant parmesan, perhaps, says SG Flux. Well, that sounds kind of good, you know. There are worse problems to have. Leon says, I ordered a pizza. Oh, dear. And meat and other stuff, too. Oh, well. Pizza does sound good, but I think tonight I'm going to have sandwiches after I get off of here. Anyway, Chime says to Leon, it's probably Hillary's doing. Yes, blame Hillary for everything, folks. Jeez. Uh, when in doubt, blame Hillary. When in doubt, blame Trump. Oh, dear. Swedish exile in Hungary sent questions in tonight, and he captures my mood perfectly. Perfectly. Ah, dear. Leon says, I love this chat room. Well, I do too. It's my social life, guys. uh, although I did have a nice talk earlier this week on the phone with my friend Scott DeHart, and then had a nice telephone chat with Matt Sosha, the guy that wrote Toxic States of America. I just love that book, particularly what he does with the Bill of Rights, how he analyzes that. That's just, to me, that alone is worth the price of the book. Krasani says, hang in there, less than a week to go. What I'm worried about, Krasani, is the hangings that are going to occur after the election. Krasani says she's reading Sosha's book. Good, I'm glad, because it's a book worth reading, particularly that section on the Bill of Rights. You know, that to me was one of the most profound analyses of the first 10 amendments that I've ever read anywhere by anybody, be they political philosophers, lawyers. It's just really profound. Down Under complains he went to the Daily Mail online and not one word about Hillary's email. Yeah, they don't want to talk about it. They do not want to talk about it. And I think the reason why is that if a real investigation of that ever gets done, it's going to spin out far beyond the Clintons, I can assure you. That's just my sense of it, Down Under. Any comments about the Dakota pipeline protest? Not really. I've heard such a divergent group of opinions about those protests that I don't know exactly what's going on. I've heard that, that they're very peaceful protests, and I've heard the exact opposite, that they've turned very violent. So, I don't know what to think. Yeah, the whole thing is just starting. Yeah, it's not going to be over on November 8th, guys. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to be over on November 8th. It's just starting. Anyway, I've got to check my Facebook and my emails. Yeah, we're good. Krazani says, I fear there's no back to normal. Yeah, well, normal died on November 22nd, 1963. What are the odds on the Union breaking up? I don't even want to go there, Leon. Yeah, but I think it's getting really bad. I think it's getting really bad. Yeah, that Economist magazine cover that Geiger just posted is one of the most bizarre covers that they've ever come up with. I'm going to make some cigarettes here, guys. So pardon me, I'm going to be looking down as usual. I don't mean to be seeming to be rude. One way, a breakup I don't think is going to happen in a conventional sense. I don't think it's going to be state-based so much as I think it might be something different if indeed it does happen. But anyway, what happened to part 2 of the third quarter wrap-up? I don't know, Down Under. You have to, all of that is handled by her and her website people. You'd have to ask them what has happened to it, because I don't know what's going on there. I can't keep track of everything, guys. I simply can't. They have access to the administrative area of the website, and they're supposed to post all of that automatically themselves. And I haven't. I keep forgetting to ask Catherine about it. Hopefully she'll be back in the country and back in regular contact soon. I'm Doc Octopus. Yeah, it's getting increasingly hard to keep up with everything on the website anymore. If I could afford a helper, I would. Whoops. Now, Eudemus is saying that she has seen part 2 of the third quarter wrap-up. I haven't seen that, Eudemus. I guess I'm going to have to go looking for it. I've been looking on her website itself, so it may be she posted it and forgot she did. So I don't know. She doesn't even do that herself on her own website. She's got people on her website that actually help her, because she's got, way more members than I do. Eudemona says she has listened to both parts of that interview. All right, I'll go looking for it on the podcast. All right, thank you, Eudemona. I'll look for it there. I just haven't seen it, but I've been looking on her website. Yeah, she does have staff. She's got 2 or 3 people, I think, that help her. Nuclear says, have you heard about the rumors of elites sacrificing black babies? I can believe it. You know, these people, there's a hidden racism in all of that too. There's already some news out there about missionaries kidnapping Haitian children. Oh, wow. That's just creepy. That's just creepy. And I wouldn't doubt it. You know, those poor people have been victimized every which way you can think of. Billy Netto is in the chat room, so welcome to Billy Netto. Krazani says a lot of Haitian children have gone missing since the earthquake. I don't have any difficulty, unfortunately, you know, believing that, and that those evil people would do something like that to them. It's foul. Billy Netto says, I had a question regarding the migrant crisis or influx of racially diverse groups. Okay, I don't know how to respond to that because you didn't phrase it as a question. Could this be a giant DNA mining op in efforts to finding the key? Maybe. Billy, it may be, but I think really the agenda there is simply to collapse the last remaining vestiges of Western civilization. You know, again, you know, as far as I'm concerned, there's three sort of cultural foundations to it: Christianity, Judaism, you know, the whole idea of covenant of contracts and so on, and then the Renaissance Enlightenment input. And you know, if you carefully look at what they're doing with these immigrant crises, they're really taking aim at each of those 3 things. Geiger says, if you haven't heard, the WikiLeaks details direct Clinton Foundation involvement in the Haitian kidnappings. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, these people are just plain evil, and that sort of stuff, hearing that sort of stuff is just now kind of confirmation for me of what their real character and spirit is. Down under, the problem with the American election, I think, regardless of who the networks call it for, there's going to be, it will be a contested election. In other words, don't think of this as ending on November 8th. November 8th is just the beginning of something. It's getting very ugly over here and very nasty. There have already been certain networks and certain television stations that have been caught with election results already computed, you know, based on some early election tabulation and so on. So, you know, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, a rigged election. So who knows? We'll see. But anyway, we are, you know, we are in the midst of something of a crisis. We will have some questions tonight addressing some of the topics right now that you're raising, all of you in the pre-chat about soft coups versus hard coups and so on and so forth. Did I see the RT Bank camera video catching false flags being planned on an ATM camera? I didn't see that, but again, I don't doubt it. SG Flux says that Vegas odds are massively in favor of Trump. Now that's interesting. That is very, very interesting. That they would do that, because the polls, the mainstream polls, I don't know if any of you in Europe or Australia are following what's been alleged about the polls, but the mainstream media has been caught red-handed admitting that they have been deliberately slanting their polls for Hillary Clinton. So anyway, strange times, guys. I've never seen anything like this, where there's so much corruption that is now out in the open and exposed. It's like we're watching everybody running for office as LBJ. Becky Sue says, if Trump wins, thinking decent people will be happy. If will Soros unleash violence on the country if he does? Well, Soros is capable of anything. I put nothing past him. Billy Netto asks, have I seen the Steve Prechat video where he confirms that certain intelligence people are exercising a quiet coup against the Clintons? Yes, I did see that. I personally don't doubt what he's saying, simply because of his contacts. But the way I view it is that he's simply kind of confirming what I've long suspected, that there is an element of the deep state that is behind Donald Trump, and that has been behind Donald Trump for a very long time. I forget who it was that I heard recently that was stating that Trump was actually approached by this group of people to run for president, and initially he didn't want to, but then he was presented with enough evidence that he decided, yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. So even that, the idea that he just kind of did this on a lark now has been challenged with all of these quote unquote revelations coming out. I forget who I heard that on. It may have been Michael Savage or Alex Jones or somebody. You know, I don't listen to a lot of these guys very much, but so when I do listen to them, I always forget who it is, but it's one of those guys. But anyway, it is the strangest, by far, it is the strangest thing I've ever seen. It's getting dangerous. It's a very, very dangerous time. I've been Billy Netto says it was Alex Jones. That may have been, because I did listen to him a couple times toward the beginning of this week, as much as I could stand. but, but anyway, anyway, Nuclear says black helicopters. Yeah, well, and we went through the black helicopter phase quite a few years ago. Got to check my Facebook here, guys, just to make sure that we're good here. I think we are. All right. Looks like we are. Oh boy. Rosenshad says, if you think Hillary's bad, you guys should meet some of her constituents here in Chicago. They scare me. Well, it's interesting, Rosenshad, that you mentioned that, because I talked to somebody very recently that sounded me about having me speak at a conference that they wanted to hold in Chicago, and I just told him right up front, I said, there are certain places in this country I will not go to be a speaker at a conference, and Chicago is one of them. And I listed a whole bunch of other cities. I said, but Chicago's out. You know, good luck with your conference, but I won't be there. And I know what you're talking about, Rosenchad. It's the corruption is the corruption you can slice with a knife. Anyway, you know, in a way, I'm very glad that most of my family is, you know, my folks are both dead. They were very conservative Democrats. They would have been appalled to see this. Anyway, Rosenshad says, I'll see you again in Tulsa. Well, if I get back there, yeah. But Chicago, no way. You know, I've had friends that have gone there just for trips, and they get arrested by the police, and it turns into a nightmare. It's just no way will I go there. No way. Enrico says, howdy all. I'm getting ready for the ride home. So welcome to Enrico. He says he's stuck in LA. I'm sorry, Enrico. I know what being stuck there is like. Sitting on the Pomona Parkway, as I like to. That's been my experience. Uh, Billy Netto asks if I've seen Hillary's latest psychotic rant. I have heard about it. I didn't see it. It doesn't surprise me. You know, her political enemies are a basket of deplorables. So, uh, anyway, I've heard about the psychotic rant. I'm really not concerned about it. You know, psychopaths rant. Geiger says our grandparents would be marching on DC with a bucket of tar and feathers right about now. uh, anyway, uh, hang on, guys. Okay. Becky Sue says it's like Sodom and Gomorrah. Are there enough decent people to save us from getting what we might deserve? Well, I hope so, Becky Sue. I hope so. But we shall find out. Geiger says, I saw the rant all to drown out the man yelling Bill is a rapist. Well, you know, he said Clinton did settle a case out of court, had to end up paying some sum of money to somebody. Usually when you settle cases like that out of court, you sign waivers that you accept this and are not going to hold the person guilty of the act, so on and so forth. Krzani says, just the fact that we are talking about such weird, awful stuff is mind-boggling. Yep, it really is. Thanos is in the chat room, so welcome to Thanos. I'm going to refresh my chat window, guys, because I'm not seeing everybody that I should be seeing. And we're going to get started here in about an hour, guys, because we really have a lot of commentary and questions to get through tonight. Some are very short, I will say that, but some are rather more extensive. So it's going to be all over the board tonight, guys. Anyway, just about an hour, no, about 50 minutes, guys. We're going to start. And let me say hello to the folks that I've missed here, because I see quite a few. Hello to Becky Sue and Tab Key. You're new, Tab Key. So let us know what country you're in. Lormus is joining us all the way from New Zealand. Test New, you're new, so let us know what country you're in. Test New. Lots of people. We're all over the board tonight, guys. United Kingdom, Russia, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. So we're stretched all over the board. And Brazil. I forgot Brazil. Anyway. Yeah, it takes a little while, Thanos, for some reason, for things to stabilize. Anyway, Tab Key, let us know what country you're from, and welcome to Ben Farrell in the chat room. Just entered the chat room. So we're going to have an interesting discussion tonight, guys, all the way from the swamp of American politics to some interesting stuff about metaphor, music, literature, spiritual states, some observations I really thought were very interesting from Lormus regarding some musical issues. So, anyway, I'll do my best. I'll do my usual tap dance, guys, to try and come up with some semblance of a comment on your questions and so on, that makes some sort of, hopefully we'll cross your fingers, make some sort of sense. So anyway, yeah, we've got Kiwis, we've got Australians, we've got Russians, we've got American expats from the Netherlands in Brazil. So we're all over the world tonight, guys. And let's see here. Billy Netto said he listened to the third quarter. Wrap up with Catherine Fitz, part 2. I've got to listen to that. I guess I just must have missed it. Um, I do remember that when we recorded that session, we recorded it all in one session, and then Catherine said that she was going to break it up because it was a long session, as I recall. So anyway, I'm counting Leon as the Netherlands and as Brazil. It's our first time in Brazil, so I've got to seize the opportunity. Tim H says that's what I like about this Vidchat. It's global. And we actually have questions from people that are not in the chat room. Swedish exile in Hungary is submitted some questions. So, we've got Sweden and Hungary joining us in absentia. So, yeah, I'm making Liam do double duty tonight. He says next week he'll be in Singapore. Well, I'm not doing a vid chat next week, so we can't count Singapore yet. Billy Netto says, I never thought Rothschild and Rockefeller were paying off galactic bookies, but it honestly makes more sense than any other theory. Yeah, it's weird, Billy. It really kind of does make more sense than anything else. Because it's, why not? Every other strange, bizarre idea is out there, so why not? Vermocro is in the chat room. So anyway, Vermocro, remind us what country you're in. Let's see if we can get Japan and China in here tonight, guys. Enrico says, about to walk out the door to the parking lot. I'll check in later with you guys after I get home. Later, geezers. All right. Have a safe trip, Enrico. Becky Sue says we ought to have a global prayer chain on election day. Start at the Dateline. Hey, I'm all for that. No argument from me, Becky Sue. I've got to be honest. I have been praying up a storm about this election. The macro says the country of Tennessee. Well, all right, cool. Braxton Bragg. Whenever I think of Tennessee, I think of Braxton Bragg, General Bragg, and James Knox Polk. Two famous Tennesseans. Confederate General Braxton Bragg. Good general, but boy, he was a real difficult guy to get along with. Rosenchad says, at least the World Series was pretty good this year, if you're into that sort of thing. Yeah, but here's the problem, Rosenchad. You know what they say about the Chicago Cubs winning the World Series. Yeah, General Bragg, he was, well, not so, he wasn't much of a loser. He gave the Union a good spanking at Chickamauga, but he was a real piece of work to try and get along with. But anyway, that's what they say about the Chicago Cubs. So, maybe it's an omen. I'm not a big sports guy. I didn't watch any of the World Series. I don't watch the World Series or the Super Bowl, as I like to call it, or any of that nonsense. I just, I think there's too much emphasis in this country on professional sports. Geiger says, I love the Hillary for prison sign behind the sources at the World Series. Oh, dear. Well, you know what they say, Geiger, about the Chicago Cubs winning, and they've done it. So we know that the world has gone upside down. uh, totally nuts, guys. Not stupid bowl, stupor bowl. Life is too short for sports. Leon put it my feelings exactly. He says American professional sports are a little more than a rah-rah machine for the military. That's kind of my take too, Leon. It's getting very blatant. It's the American equivalent of the Nuremberg party rallies. So anyway, check my emails here, guys. And we're good, and checking Facebook, and we're good there. All right. 45 minutes to go, guys. I need to check something here. There we go. So I'll do that update, and there we go. Grzani says, and halftime is wide open for your dose of entrainment. Yep. I like that response, Down Under. SG Flux says Lady Gaga was at the Super Bowl this year, and Down Under says, Lady who? Here, here. Here, 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 Down Under. Couldn't agree with you more. Chime says an insult to ladies. Absolutely. S Bear in the chat room. Welcome to S Bear. Yeah, I don't tune into those occult halftime shows anymore. Enough is enough. All right, we are good here. We're good there. There's the pile of papers I got to get through tonight, guys. Pretty thick. Some of them are short, but some of them are pretty long, not mentioning Geiger any names. About 40 minutes, guys. Hopefully my voice will last. Oh boy. Actually, I did talk, incidentally, with Tony M. in the United Kingdom by email just recently. He's been doing a lot of research. That's why he's not been in the chat room. Jeannie says she thought I was choking at first. Well, listen, you might choke after you hear what Geiger has to say. But, Tim H says, I'm off to get some cigarettes. Don't start without him. 15 minutes max. Uh-huh. Sorry, I'm starting exactly at 6 o'clock, Tim. Okay. Um, I have to really if I'm going to get through everything tonight. So hopefully you'll be back from your cigarette run. See, now if you made your own, you could save some money and always be ready. I know what's going to happen tonight too. Once I start talking and stop smoking, my sinuses are going to start up. They've been really bad the last few days. Harvey's Barn is in the chat room. Welcome to Harvey's Barn. And we're going to be going around Harvey's Barn tonight, let me tell you. We are going to be going around and around Harvey's Barn. Oh, that reminds me. I have got to do... Billy Netto says, I've turned so many of my friends onto your news and views. They all love it. Well, cool. Excellent. All right, here we are. I've got to do a quick little memory refresher here, guys. While I remember, I've got to do this. Okay. I'll try and remember that. All right. Had to do a quick little memory refresher, bit of research there, guys. Down Under, thanks for popping in tonight, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. He says, Down Under, I got to go. Trump for prez. Well, anything but Hillary. You know, I'd be satisfied with Jill Stein and even the libertarian guy who's so nutty. But anyway, we'll see you Down Under. So our Australian contingent is Free Fall and Tim H. I think Jed Bond was supposed to be in here. Jed Bond did submit some questions, but we've still got the Kiwis and the Aussies represented here in the chat room. Geiger asks, in the last video dialogues, Daniel mentioned something about your news and views going global. It's simply because he, in our website updates and so on, which I want to thank everybody that has made donations to the website, which has allowed us to do a lot of this. He's put it on some, I don't know anything about it. He's put it on some sort of global thing where people can more easily access it. So anyway. Weld endorsed Hillary. Well, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. Daphne in Australia is not able to make it here tonight, says Eudemonist. It's been a while since Daphne has been in the chat room. I hope everything's okay. Geiger says Cruz came back to Trump. I think Cruz came back to Trump very, very reluctantly. I saw a picture of him somewhere actually manning a phone bank at Trump headquarters. You know, his political star, he realizes, is going to drop pretty fast. Anyway. Billy Netto says Gary Johnson's a joke, but at least he's not a bad joke. Pro-vaccine, I didn't know that. Well, scratch him off my work, off my list. Becky Sue says, I just saw where Trump had a rally in Selma, North Carolina, 17,500 people and 7 million online. Wow. Wow. Now those numbers are, those numbers are what makes me question all these news polls. I don't see how it's really happening, but anyway. Catherine 60 says, apparently Obama lost control of the crowd today at a rally. Didn't see that. But again, I've been here most of this afternoon, and this morning I was sorting through the everybody's comments and questions, getting them printed out and kind of lined up. So I haven't been able to look at anything regarding any of these rallies that the president or Trump or anybody else is holding or hosting. But anyway, Leon says polls are designed to dissuade people from voting. Yeah, and I think they're going to be in for a surprise. JW in Arizona is with us, so welcome to JW. And he says that William Weld received contributions from the same private prison companies that the Clintons benefited from back in the 90s while he was the Rhino governor of Massachusetts. For those of you who don't know what Rhino means, that means Republican in name only. So anyway, I don't doubt that too. Pardon me. So we are getting started here in about 30 minutes, guys. I'm going to take my usual pre-chat break before we do get started. And did I get my polling place straightened out, Joseph? No, I haven't, Krizani. To this day, they don't want me to vote, basically. And I suspect, Krizani, that what we're looking at least where I'm at, is a swell in voting registration, that they've noticed that people like me who once used to vote fairly regularly and then simply dropped and didn't vote for about 30 years, I think what they're noticing is a swell of re-registrations, and they are pulling out every finagling thing that they can do to prevent these things. So anyway, they found out I was the guy behind Giza Death Star, and that was the end of that. Who knows? Yeah, it could be. I put nothing past these people. So we'll see. We shall see. Geiger says I can check online. I may check online, but given the backwardness of where I'm at, Jay Purchase is in the chat room. Guess who Jay Purchase is, guys? That's my friend Scott DeHart. So welcome to a doff of the hat, a doff of the bonnet to my friend from Oxford, Dr. DeHart. So welcome, welcome, welcome. This is an honor to have you with us. And yes, just to warn you, my friend, yes, we do have comments and questions about the election. So anyway, we're getting started with the actual formal Vidchat here, folks, in about half an hour. He says he just snuck in. Well, sneak in more often. Geiger says the South Dakota voter registration lookup is at this link. Winston, 1984, is in the chat room. Welcome to Winston. Winston was another one that was with us in Tulsa for the virtual pipe organ crowdfund kickoff. So welcome to Winston. Eudemonist was another one there for the kickoff in Tulsa. So welcome to Winston. gonna be a long night, guys. We're all over the board, like I put up in the subject header. We've got election comments, questions, music and artistic observations. That's going to be very, very interesting. And our usual bow to the metaphor tonight. We've got some questions about that. It's been a while since we've had questions about it, so we're going to be covering those as well. I'm going to refresh my user list here, guys, so give me just a few seconds. A cult fan says he's already gone through a six-pack. Slow down there, cult fan. All right, so we're spread out tonight, guys, all the way from St. Petersburg, Russia, Canada, down in Kiwi land in New Zealand. Roderick Moore, welcome to Roderick. Australia, Mirror 13, welcome to you. We've got Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the United Kingdom, Gordon White in the United Kingdom, Tommy H. over in St. Petersburg, Russia, and some questions from our friend Swedish Exile in Hungary. So we've kind of got Hungary and Sweden represented by default here tonight. Yeah, Geiger points out every live stream of Trump rallies on YouTube is smothered with pro-Hillary ads from Obama. Yeah, I know. It's they're really desperate. They really are. Mirror 13 says, just sent you a question. All right, let me check here, Mirror 13. Wow, it's a long one. All right, let's look here and see if I can get that printed off and put into the right place. I think what I'm going to do is put that in our pile tonight. There we go. TSC is in Norway and Sweden. All right. So we've got Norway represented tonight, guys. This is good that we're getting all of you folks in Europe, even though tonight is not our normal European Vidchat night. I am going to stick this one, because this is a good question, right here. All right. Anyway, lots of politics tonight, guys. Like I said before, you may hear me rant again tonight. Dr. DeHart is aware of my education rants, and it's been a while since I've had a politics rant, so it may happen tonight. We'll see. I mean, these WikiLeaks dumps are becoming just kind of surreal. Harvey's Barnes says, I love the rants. Well, yeah, rant alert is a better way of putting it. I don't like ranting, actually, guys. I'm just not that sort of person, but I do get cranked up occasionally, as you know. The last time I really got cranked up was the Muslim lady and her multiculturalism thing. That was a classic. But Geiger says, has anyone seen the WikiLeaks between Podesta and Eric Schmidt? No, I haven't seen that. I've seen the ones of Podesta and the UFO thing, and now the child sex ring occult thing, and all of that. It's really pretty disgusting stuff, quite frankly. Geiger says using Google to erect a voter database in order to sway people's votes. Yeah, Google is Google has played their role. No doubt about it. They've been doctoring search engines, but I don't think it's working too well. Leon says it's not easy to teach geodesy in Spanish. I thought they spoke Portuguese in Brazil, Leon. Last time I checked, but you know, maybe it is Spanish, but last time I checked, Brazil was kind of Portuguese. Now, if I had to learn one of those languages, it would either be Portuguese, Italian, or Romanian. I think of the three, probably my choice would be Italian. They generally speak Spanish too. Well, yeah, that would make sense. Pretty much everybody else down there speaks it. Leon says they do speak Portuguese, but nobody speaks English. Well, right now you can't blame them. I mean, all right, thanks for coming, my friend. I hope you get back here about 5 o'clock your time. We'll probably still be going strong because we've got a lot of stuff to cover tonight in the chat. But thanks for stopping in. We usually do pre-chats, just for your information, that start a few hours earlier than the actual chat. We just kind of sit here and shoot the breeze and have conversation. But anyway, hope you make it back. It's nice to see you. Doff of my hat again to my old Oxford friend. Jay Purchase says, I wanted to rant after watching a YouTube video of a transgender protest group on the campus of the university in Toronto. A professor refused to use the new gender-neutral pronouns, and this group was raging. Yep, I know. I know. And then check out that professor at the University of New York that was savaged for challenging the whole PC narrative. Anyway, SG Flux says, good luck with the Common Core doc. Don't get him started, SG Flux. You want rants, you'll get one. Yeah, come back and rant, Scott. Come back and rant. We might be doing a post chat tonight. That's that's the time we do our rants. Oh dear. All right, Geiger says, Cheryl, I've put together my thoughts on the campaign ideas, and I've scheduled some meetings in the next few weeks for veterans of the campaign to tell me how to make these ideas better. This is simply a draft, but do let me know if this is a helpful process for you all. Thanks, Eric. Right. Welcome to Ramura that just came into the chat room. Well, here we are being our subversive selves, guys. Shame on us. TSC says, I lived in Italy for many years. Well, you know, okay, my friend Scott says, I'm the subversive and won't play the game with it. They're ridiculous AI assessments and continuous psychological surveys they run students through on their computers. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Well, come back and rant again. Oh dear. Yeah, tonight I can feel it, guys. We've got rants coming. It's either going to be me or somebody in the chat room, but there are rants coming. Leon says, I can also speak Dutch, and I can assure you it is the opposite of Italian. Yeah, listen, you know my feelings about Dutch, Leon, because I speak German. When I hear Dutch, it's just frustratingly close enough to German that I sort of get it, but sort of don't. Uh, Rant warning, says Winston 1984. Yep, rant alert. Well, SG Flux says, are they really that close, Dutch and German? They're close enough to my ear to be frustrating. As in fact, when I was flying over to England on my way to Oxford, I sat next to a Dutch couple, an elderly Dutch couple, and they were trying to talk to me, but they didn't know English very well. I was trying to talk to them. So we ended up, they were speaking Dutch and I was speaking German, and we sort of understood each other. But they were a very nice couple, probably in their early 70s. JD in Arizona says, speaking of Dutch, I see that Wilders is in hot water for his stance on immigration. German is a difficult language for any number of reasons, but not the least of which is putting the verb at the end of everything. but you know, among many other things, you know, the best thing is to read Mark Twain's essay on the awful German language, and you'll get the idea. Or try, Eudemonus shared a German tongue twister with me. It's on YouTube. It's called Rhabarba Barbara. who, who opened her Rhabarba Barbara bar. So you can Google that on YouTube. It's pretty funny. It's about 2.5 minutes of these long German words that all sound the same. Makes perfect sense in German, but it's still pretty funny. Son of Jupiter in the chat room. Welcome to Son of Jupiter. Let us know what country you're in. Ben Farrell says, wenn ich nur die Gelegenheit hatte, so würde ich mein Deutsch verbessern. Ja, naja, ich auch. Ich auch. Es gibt ja vielleicht 30 Jahre, seit ich die deutsche Sprache gesprochen habe. Es ist sehr, sehr schwer. Oh boy. We've got a few German speakers in the class, I keep saying classroom now, chat room. Eudemonus speaks some German, as well as our friend Ben. Anyway, Son of Jupiter, Eudemonus says, you'll get me started laughing. What, with the Rhabarba Barbara bar? Barbara's rhubarb bar, I know. with the barbarian, with her barbarian Barton. Jeez. Oh dear. But anyway, Son of Jupiter is in the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont. Oh. A cult fan says, oh dear Lord, the only thing I can say in German is not fit for here. I guess that reminds me of my dear French grandmother who spoke some French that you'll never learn in a French classroom. She used to get mad at me when I was a little boy, and she'd start rattling off this French. Eudemonus says, ich habe viel vergessen. Ja, ich auch, Eudemonus. So viel Grammatik und Vokabeln vergessen. But anyway, yeah, I'll have to find that Rhabarba Barbara bar again and listen to that. Byzantra from Belgium is in the classroom, so chat room. So hello to Byzantra. So we've got Norway, Russia, the United Kingdom, Belgium. I think Dana is in Italy, so we've got Italy and Brazil, the Netherlands. So this is cool. Son of Jupiter, anybody intrigued by the arrival of Blackwater founder and billionaire philanthropist Eric Prince into the anti-Clinton insurrection? Yeah, that's fishy to me too. Son of Jupiter, that's very fishy to me. It's you know, but we're going to get, we're going to have uh, our slate of politics tonight, let me tell you. Byzantra says that she's on half a chat. She's at work on the night shift. Well, welcome to all those listening in Belgium on the night shift. Anyway, check my emails here, guys, real fast. And we're good. Rabar. Yeah. Now, for all you German speakers in the chat room, give that little link that Eudemonist just posted a listen to, to a German tongue twister. It's a little story. Germans making fun of their own language. Geiger says, look at the search returns in the FBI records for Vince Foster and Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, dear. Yeah, that video of the Rhabarber Barbara bar is it's actually perfectly correct German. And it actually makes sense, which is the real kick of it all. Tim H says he's back with his cigarettes. Dr. Joseph, you may begin anytime you like. Oh, thank you, sir. Ah, dear. Yeah, it does make sense in German, believe it or not. All right, guys, I'm going to take my little break here and then come back and try and get settled and maybe smoke one more cigarette and then get us started. So I shall be back. Okay. I got to refresh my user list here, guys. And get my cigarette started. We're gonna get going here in about 10 minutes. I thought maybe I'd have a last cigarette. And let's see here. Ilza Freeman in the chat room. So welcome to Ilza Freeman. Empath in the chat room. Welcome to Empath. Kevin XS is in the chat room. S Bear and Kit K Albert. Roderick Moore. I think I said hello to some of you. Mirror 13. Welcome to you, Mirror. And Freefall. So, but I'll say hello to everybody once we get started here in a few minutes. The usual ritual of doffing the hat and everything. And I hope I remember everybody's countries. I always like to acknowledge everybody that is tuning in from foreign lands. Geiger asks, have I ever FOIA'd myself? No. Empath is asking, what is the name of the music composition software I use? I use Sibelius. The problem with all music composition software, particularly when you use pipe organ or harpsichords, is they have just one setting. They don't realize yet you can change stops on these instruments, folks. And they don't have big harpsichords. All they have on most music writing programs are 3-choir instruments, 8, 8, and 4. If you're familiar with how harpsichords work, they don't have harpsichords with more than 3 choirs and 16-foot choirs on those music writing programs, which I really wish they would, because that's what I compose for. Anyway, starting up in about 8 minutes here, guys. Just have to have my last cigarette. Lots to get through, guys. That's why I've got to start early. I'm going to organize a Geezer FOIA team to digitally FOIA everything related to our topic matter. Oh, I'm sure that they've got a file on me full of all sorts of stuff somewhere. Probably half of it made up. Bodhicitta, we call it in Buddhism. Anyway. One last check of my emails here, guys, and one last check on Facebook, and I think we're good. JW in Arizona says, the harpsichord is growing on me thanks to you. Just listen to 3 hours of J.S. Bach concertos on the harpsichord. Well, remember, he didn't compose anything for piano. These performances of his concertos on piano, I don't have any objection really to playing J.S. Bach on anything, but I really don't like pianos because you're not getting what they're supposed to sound like. But anyway, that's just me. All right, got to get my pile of papers ready here, guys. Some of these are going to be very short. I can cover them very quickly. Others are going to demand a little more time. So just kind of brace yourselves, guys. I put all the politics questions and comments right up front so that we can get those out of the way and get into some of the other stuff that will be more congenial topics for late evening. My file is composed mostly of chat logs from here. Oh dear. Screenshots. We got them now. Oh dear. That's too good. All right, folks. Let's get this started. I'm going to doff the hat. There's the doff of the hat to everybody in the chat room that I want to say hello to. We've got Krizani, a cult fan, SG Flux 88, Geiger, JW in Arizona, Eudemonist, Empath, Tommy H is joining us all the way from St. Petersburg, Russia. Catherine 60 in Canada, Ailsa Freeman, Argentum, Chime, Tab Key, Enki Nike, welcome to Enki Nike. Winston 1984, Becky Sue, Ramura Test New, TSC joining us from Norway and Sweden, he says. And Lormus down under in Kiwiland in New Zealand. S. Bear, Steve Heppel, Leon, Jeannie, Kit K. Albert, Gordon White joining us from the United Kingdom. DC, Byzantra in Belgium. Vermacro, Roderick Moore, Ben Farrell, Rosenshad, Nancy Farrar, Son of Jupiter, Tim H. in Australia. Alchemia, Mirror 13, Harvey's Barn, and Freefall also joining us all the way from down under in Australia. So here we go, guys. Brace yourselves. This one is from, I think, Becky Sue, and this is a very short question. She says, I've seen on a couple of websites that Opus Dei may be tracking Trump, or backing Trump, I should say. Will you give some information on Opus Dei, and if you think this might be true? Is Opus Dei in any kind of competition with the Pope? Thanks. All right, Opus Dei, if you don't know, is a Roman Catholic religious order. It is an archly traditionalist Roman Catholic religious order that was founded in the 1920s by a Roman Catholic Spanish saint by the name of Jose Maria Escrivar, all right? Pardon me, Escrivar. And basically Opus Dei is a religious order, so to speak, that accepts laymen. Rick Santorum, a presidential candidate in this country a few years back, was a member of Opus Dei. They allegedly have houses all over the world. They have allegedly, again, major interest in certain broadcasting networks, radio and television, and they are not in competition with the Pope. They are rather what is called a personal prelature of the Pope. In other words, they are in a special relationship to the papacy like the Jesuits, all right? Although, unlike the Jesuits, they are very, very traditional in their liturgical and doctrinal practice, all right? Now, the thing about Opus Dei, and the reason, Becky, that I'm going to completely discount all of these rumors about Opus Dei being quietly backing Trump, it wouldn't surprise me that they're quietly backing him, but they wouldn't be doing so in any way that would be a direct relationship with him, because to be a member of Opus Dei or even associated or affiliated with it in any sort of formal way, you must be Roman Catholic, and of course Donald Trump isn't. So that's basically Opus Dei in a nutshell. I would discount any rumor that would tend to place Trump in some sort of formal relationship. As I said, they may be backing him. It wouldn't surprise me if they were, but they are not going to be doing so on any any formally affiliated way because of their belief structure. All right. So this next one is from Son of David, and we're beginning, as you can tell, these political focused comments and questions. Now, Son of David asks, firstly, quote, number one, we're merely days away from the election, so what's your final assessment? Most worthwhile analysts see the election as either a landslide or for Trump or Hillary winning by stealing the election. WikiLeaks is taking a literal dump on Hillary every day via thousands of emails. The FBI head Comey has reopened the investigation. Some suspect he's hedging his bets so that if Trump wins, he's not thrown in the slammer. Others think it's the pressure from droves of FBI agents threatening to resign for giving Hillary a pass. I also suspect that the investigation into Weiner soliciting sex with a minor was a setup, or maybe even completely false, just bring forth more damning evidence on Clinton. Well, I strongly suspect, contrary to you, that the Weiner aspect of it may be true. I mean, this guy is, in my opinion, kind of a sexual predator, so it wouldn't surprise me. However, I think the real thrust of your remarks here is, why did the FBI reopen the investigation? And everything that I have heard has indicated to me that there was a great deal of dissatisfaction within the FBI about the way Comey dismissed the investigation. And what I have heard is that it is true that there have been stacks of resignations. Basically, I've even heard that Director Comey has been deliberately shunned by other senior management people in the FBI. They won't even talk to him. So in other words, you have the bureaucratic revolt taking place within the FBI. And I strongly suspect, Son of David, that that is the tip of the iceberg in terms of the American intelligence community, and at least some of them and their views of Hillary Clinton. Now, obviously, she's going to have her supporters in all of those three-letter federal intelligence agents, but she's also going to have a considerable amount of opposition. Now, you're asking me what's my final assessment about the election. And what this means is, if there is that kind of bureaucratic soft revolt inside the American intelligence community, if she does become president, I think you're going to see that revolt expand dramatically. It will not only encompass this factional divisions within the intelligence agencies, but I suspect that you're going to see it extend into the Pentagon and into the command structure of the military. Because you'll notice that Obama has been very carefully trying to weed out within the command structure anyone that he suspects is not going to go along with their agenda. All right. And the revolt is growing. I have a friend in the FBI, or that was in the FBI, and he in turn has maintained contacts with people in the FBI, and they are very, very dissatisfied for the most part in how this has gone down. So the bottom line for me is, what do I think is the assessment of the election? My caution to all of you is, November 8th is not going to end anything. It's going to make it worse. Because if she does win, like you, I strongly suspect that it is going to be by way of considerable election fraud, and that will be contested by Trump. The flip side is that if Trump wins by anything less than a clear landslide, a mandate, if you will, then are going to be election challenges from the Democrats, all right? And both sides, both campaigns, I have heard in the news, have been lawyering up for precisely the possibility of contested election. If that's the case, the danger period begins from November 8th to the inauguration. So in other words, if you think it's bizarre and nutty now, just wait. I think you could see a replay of the 2000 election on steroids. And that's very, very bad because this could mean a very, very weak presidency in either case. Although I do tend to think that if Hillary were to win, her presidency would be far, far weaker than Donald Trump's, because I think these investigations, like it or not, will continue. They may succeed if the Democrats take control of the House. They may succeed in covering these things up for a couple of years, but I don't think it will succeed in the long term. All right. Your second question is this: any analysis or deeper insight of the accordion, since you are fond of organs and harpsichords? And I'm asking because an engineer who designed jet engines and semiconductors told me that accordions were the most complex thing he's ever worked on. Well, I'm not a big fan of accordions. I don't know much about them other than, yes, they are a much more complex instrument once you open them up and start digging around in their innards. They are complex instruments. But I'm not much of a fan for them because they haven't traditionally been associated with any of the high tradition of music. I'm much more a fan of as you know, of the standard keyboard instruments, harpsichord, clavichord, organ, and piano, than I am of the accordion. But I don't know much about them really to answer much beyond that. All right, now thirdly, you ask, what are your thoughts on the fact that the transhumanist Ray Kurzweil has two alter egos named Ramona and Alanis? Does this confirm that creating AI or merging with machines might create a vehicle or vessel for other entities or spirits or souls? Billionaire Elon Musk compares building AI to summoning demons, and I actually blogged about Elon Musk's statements about that precise thing several weeks ago. Now, I think that's an interesting speculation to entertain, Son of David, because I do, like Elon Musk, hold open the possibility that if you're experimenting with these types of things, you do open yourself up to other personalities, all right? And I think in Ray Kurzweil's case, you're dealing with an individual who's thrown himself so open to all of these types of ideas and things that he would be a primary candidate. But beyond that, I'm reluctant to go because I don't know that much about his so-called other personalities. Okay, it does indicate to me that there's a kind of spiritual fracturing of these people that takes place when they buy in wholeheartedly into this transhumanist agenda. You know, Dr. DeHart, it's interesting that he popped in here to the chat room earlier because this was precisely one of the things, as we were writing Transhumanism, that we were discussing as we were writing the book. And I think that there is a kind of spiritual fracturing that occurs if you buy into this agenda wholeheartedly that can open you up to those things. But I'd have to know more about Kurzweil and these alternative personalities to give you a better assessment of what I think is going on there. All right. Number 4, please lay out a likely scenario if Trump or Hillary, God forbid, wins. What will this country look like after 8 years of either person? Well, if Trump wins, I think you're going to see a country gradually returning to some normalcy, at least in some areas. I don't think that Mr. Trump will be 100% successful, as no president ever is, in getting all of their agendas through. The thing to watch with Trump, and I'm going to crawl way out on a limb here. The thing to watch with Trump is not so much what he says or what agendas he puts into place or is successful with, but rather how he will be able or not able to continue to drive the cultural and ideological memes that he's been tapping into thus far. If he is capable of sustaining those memes after the election, then I think you're going to see a dramatic change in the culture, and probably for the better. And what I mean by this is that Trump appears to me to be deliberately setting up a direct relationship, rather like, you'll recall if you were alive back then, rather like Ronald Reagan did, in setting up a direct relationship with the people that he can then use to put pressure on the bureaucracies and on Congress. All right. So that, I think, is key. And if he's clever about it, he will be using that to drive the cultural and conceptual memes against globalism and some of these other things that he's been raising in his rallies and during his talks on TV. So, I'm cautiously optimistic. There's going to be a temptation to see any of his appointments that have the slightest bit to do with what is perceived as Wall Street and so on and so forth as being negatives and as being yet more of the same. I don't think this will be the case, because Trump is clever enough to know that in order to change the system, you have to work within it to a certain extent. The real key for me is whether or not he will make good on his promises to clean out the swamp, beginning with Hillary Clinton, the Clinton Foundation, and so on and so forth. But if he really means business, that swamp doesn't end with the Clintons. It goes all the way into the high echelons of the Republican Party, and we must remember that as well. Now, he has bucked the Republican elite, obviously. But what I mean by special prosecutors and so on is it's going to be necessary at some point, in my opinion, if all of the email leaks and so on are any indicator, eventually you're going to have to deal with the connections of the Clintons and the Bushes with each other. And that will be, for me, the real test. Is he serious about going after these corrupt power brokers, these pay-for-play people? And it's not just Hillary and Bill doing it, it's the Bushes as well. So that's going to be, for me, kind of the litmus test on the seriousness of it. All right. Now, if Hillary gets into office, God forbid, the country, as far as I'm concerned, is in any resemblance to a republic is over. I do view it that seriously. There's going to be a massive expansion of the federal government, and there's going to be an even more massive push towards socialism than you saw under Barack Obama. It's going to be a mess, and if she gets into office, there's going to be pushback. I suspect the pushback is going to start coming from certain states, as I've suggested, tying up the federal government and federal mandates. But if she persists in pressing it, it could fall apart rather rapidly. So this is my concern with her. She's delusional. She's accomplished really nothing in her political career other than chaos and bloodshed. She's not mentally all there. Add to this the health issue, and if you think that this is not a concern, just remember that with her health issue is a concern, then you could end up quite literally with a sock puppet president with someone else behind the scenes running things. The other thing that concerns me about a Hillary Clinton presidency is what I've said before. I think you are in danger of seeing a real bureaucratic soft coup, a simple refusal on the part of some of the federal bureaucracy to go along with her. Now, that may seem like a good thing, but in point of fact, it could be very, very dodgy, because this means you will have a government that is effectively impotent. And that's a very dangerous thing to have in terms of the world scene going on right now. I think if she wins, you're going to see the Islamicization of America proceeding even more dramatically. I think you're going to see potential crackdowns of alternative media. You know, she's come right out and said that people like Alex Jones have no right to exist. Well, if he doesn't, neither does Michael Savage, Rush Limbaugh, me, or anybody else that has an alternative or could be labeled as an alternative media outlet. So this is very, very disturbing to me. There's nothing good that I can foresee with the Clinton presidency other than a kind of soft coup, perhaps, against her. Um, and I'll be very blunt and say that under certain circumstances, I could even see a hard coup, the Pentagon or the CIA or somebody telling the Marines at the White House, go in there and arrest her. Um, you know, there are certain circumstances where I can see that happening. So I'm very, very, I just want to caution all of you, particularly those of you in Europe or Australia or Canada or elsewhere in the world. Uh, don't think that this will be over on November 8th. November 8th is simply bringing down the curtain on Act 1. And, you know, there's two more acts to the opera. So get ready, is all I can tell you. All right, now this one is from Horizon 3, and it's kind of a of a similar thing here. He says, during your last vid chat, you answered a question from me by mentioning the possibility of a soft coup in the USA by the military intelligence community, and it looks like it may just have started. And then you put up a link outlining that video by Dr. Stephen Prechat. And I do want to comment on Dr. Pechenek's video, because Dr. Pechenek is associated with the intelligence community. He has been in the CIA. He did do a video that's kind of gone viral on the internet about the fact that there are a group of people within the intelligence agencies, and my suspicion is that he is representing, as a kind of a spokesman, which he himself comes right out and states in that video, that he's representing or is speaking for a kind of ad hoc network of people within the FBI, within the CIA, within the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and probably within the NSA. All right. And the reason I say the NSA is because you have, of course, William Binney, the NSA whistleblower that's been on a number of talk shows. The reason I say NSA is because if you look at the vast amount of emails that are being dumped by WikiLeaks, these have to come from people that know where to find them on the net and know how to recover them. So you can either think in terms of some group like Anonymous doing this, or you can think in terms of the NSA. So I think that there is intelligence behind all of these leaks, and Pechenek has confirmed that with these WikiLeaks dumps, that WikiLeaks is kind of being used as the front for this ad hoc intelligence network, trying to drive information into the political arena right now. Now, the other thing that you need to be aware of Horizon 3 is that a British diplomat, I forget what his name was, has also come out this week and said these dumps are not coming from Russia, they are coming from within American intelligence. Now that raises an interesting problem, because how and why would a British diplomat not only know this, but come out and say this? A British diplomat, of course, answers to the Home Secretary, to the Prime Minister. They are not going to come out and just blurt this out without having been given some sort of informal ad hoc permission to do so. And that makes me suspect what I suspected beginning last year, when The Economist magazine ran that op-ed piece pointing out, you're running Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton. Is your political class that calcified? I began to suspect that there would be a role of the British deep state in all of this. We've seen little indications that they're not terribly happy with the way that Mr. Global has been handling things. They signaled that dissatisfaction with that Economist op-ed piece. And that suggests to me that there may be something even deeper than just this group that Prechat alleges, and I happen to believe him, incidentally, is going on in the American deep state with all of these dumps attacking Hillary Clinton. Now, here's the problem as I see it. There's another scenario to consider here, and it's a scenario that was recently raised by the Daily Bell, that libertarian online newspaper, so to speak. And please understand, I'm not endorsing the Daily Bell. I have some severe questions about some of their extreme libertarian positions, because when you look at libertarianism carefully in its extreme positions, it looks very much like Marxism in some of Marxist dogma. But the Daily Bell did point out that what is happening with the soft coup idea is it's making the intelligence surveillance deep state look like the good guys. All right. So in other words, we've gone from them being behind all of this police state surveillance and being the bad guys to now they're the good guys. So they're a little skeptical about this soft coup idea, and for the very same reason I'm skeptical of the soft coup idea too. Skeptical in the sense that it's not that I don't think it's going on. I'm skeptical in, if these people are serious, then the proof is in the pudding on how they behave and handle themselves after a Trump victory. And that will be the key, all right? So, with that in mind, I want to turn to Carla Venezia, who I don't know if she's in the chat room, but she did send some very interesting things. She says, I'm sorry these may seem to be last minute. I just happened to remember to send these today. If you've already answered any of these in past vid chats, please feel free to skip them. I'm working backwards listening to your before BC chats, that is to say before Carla joined vid chats, and so many I have not come across yet. Also, if any of the topics are something you don't want to get into in a public forum, or simply because there's so much pressing news with the election and Russia and aircraft and all, I completely understand. So here goes. If the continuity of government operation was put into effect on September 2001, on 9/11, and if it continues to this day, and there's really no effort to hide that the government is a tool for the corporate elites, who or what do you believe might be in the bunker pulling their strings via the continuity of government operation? I imagine that whatever or whoever it is must be pretty scary if even some of our normally fearless alternative journalists won't touch on the topic? Now, let me stop right there because I think that's an excellent question. And I'm going to doff my hat on that one, Carla, because you've raised a question that, to my mind, has never been adequately addressed by the American lamestream media, and for that matter, even by the alternative media. Now, as I made clear in my book on 9/11, the continuity of government was enacted. It was made operational. The question is whether or not it was ever suspended or stopped. Now, I'm suspecting that the answer is no. And that brings us to the other part of your question. Then who or what is behind it? And to answer that, Carla, I'm going to have to speculate here, and I want everybody to try and knuckle down and try and follow my process of reasoning here. You'll recall that in that book, I maintained that there are 3 levels to the 9/11 operation. And I accepted the broad 9/11 truther community consensus that there were at least 2 levels: the public level of the patsies flying the airplane and, creating terrorism and chaos, and then a deeper level that that not only allowed it to happen, but that may have planned it in conjunction with certain American allies to inject American power into the Middle East. That ally in particular, two come to mind, being Israel and Saudi Arabia, all right? But particularly Saudi Arabia. And if you look at the relationships of the second level, headed, of course, by the Bush White House, George Bush, Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, and so on and so forth. The Bush family in particular had very strong ties to the bin Laden family, as I wrote in the book, via their involvement, their mutual involvement in the Carlyle group. And at certain points in the 9/11 investigation, the Bush administration shut down investigation of certain avenues that would bring open that whole relationship. Now, why is that significant in terms of this election? Well, if you dig back into the Bush family relationship with the Clintons, this goes all the way back to the Reagan administration and to all of that mess that is hovering around Mena, Arkansas, and that airport where they were bringing in drugs from South America and money from South America and flying it into that airport, all right? So in other words, there is a Bush-Clinton nexus that goes very, very deep that most people are unaware of. Now, if the continuity of government operation was enacted on 9/11, then the people behind it, I think, represent this rogue group within the American intelligence and military communities that have as their front spokesman the Clintons and the Bushes, all right? That's why, in my opinion, I think this election is such a shock to them, because you have someone that is threatening to expose the whole thing. And if that happens, there's a lot of pillars of power that are going to topple like dominoes, all right? So that's my best guess here. And I want to emphasize that it is a guess, all right? Now, your second question is this. Quote, does it make sense that chemtrails could be an effort to alter the makeup of our atmosphere, maybe by changing the acidity or the pH or frequencies to ease the transition for other dimensional entities not from here? And I would simply answer, yeah, that makes sense, but they don't even have to be other dimensional. You could be dealing with an actual case of terraforming to make any physical entities better than make Earth more palatable to entities with a different physiology. So I hold open that possibility. But I personally don't think that that's what chemtrails are about, but I'll get back to that. And forgive me if this sounds too new agey. I don't mean it that way. Perhaps to somehow thwart a dimensional move on the planet, or that the planet may be taking into a higher or lower vibration. Now, I don't think it has anything to do with that. And even though I hold open the possibility, Carla, that these things might be some sort of geoengineering or terraforming experiment, my real suspicion about chemtrails is that what they're really doing is that they are increasing the electromagnetic conductivity of the atmospheric cavity around the Earth. And there's any number of reasons that they might be doing that. Number one, to improve satellite communications. Number two, to improve the conductivity of the atmosphere for electromagnetic wave propagation. Now, I'm saying it in those guarded terms because that would cover both communications and it would cover exotic electromagnetic energy weaponry. If you improve the electromagnetic conductivity, you can improve both communications, or you can improve the efficiency of a weapon that has to travel through the atmosphere. And by the same token, thirdly, you might be doing so that you can create some sort of electromagnetic shield around the entire planet of a defensive nature. So I've always been suspicious of the chemtrails much more along those lines than anything having to do with consciousness raising. However, that said, given some of the mind control technologies that rely upon distant microwave influencing of a person's moods, I also think that the fourth possibility that you have to hold under this electromagnetic hypothesis is that they might be attempting to improve the electrical conductivity of the atmospheric cavity to make those types of technologies more efficient as well. All right, I hope that's making sense. Now, you go on to say this: ninth planet causing entire solar system to tilt, flip, shift, or tip, and so on. This reeks of something, but I'm not sure what. With so much about space in the news lately, lots relates to the solar system, the Earth, or the Earth's poles, magnetic and actual, tilting and tipping. It's hard to tell what is science and what is nonsense, because NASA seems to be reinventing the same story as news every other year, though now it's been happening much more frequently. And I agree, and I'm going to doff my hat to you there, Carla, for noticing that, because I think you're absolutely right. I've noticed the same thing. All right. Dr. Mike Brown of Caltech and possibly of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory comments in this first recent article. He also happened to be involved in the announcement in early 2011 on CNN of the existence of a brown dwarf or sun or planet in the solar system. And the video below. She put several links here, and again, folks, I simply don't have time. Please, 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 I don't have time to watch videos. So if you can link articles for me, that's much better. I can scan through those much faster. Don't send videos, please. But now she says, and millions of sites and videos out there referring to a coming pole shift, some dramatic, some magnetic, most blaming it on this mystery planet, Nemesis or Nibiru or Sedna or Tiki, coming closer to the Earth. Also, there was an odd NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory press conference a few years ago in which Amy Meisner fielded a question about the WISE telescope finding Nibiru. She didn't deny they were looking. She said they were looking for several large objects or something to that effect. The questions about Nibiru really seemed to trip her up, and it definitely made the panel of scientists look ill at ease. I wasn't sure if that was because they considered the existence of Nibiru to be a conspiracy theory, or because Wise had actually found it and no one was supposed to know. And then why are the elites building the bunkers? All right, now, I've seen these stories, Carla, and I have to be honest with you, I, at first, tended to dismiss them uh, because they're so similar in nature to the theory of Zecharia Sitchin, which, as you know, has Nibiru plowing it through the solar system every 3,600 years, which in itself is kind of suspicious. And coming, Nibiru supposedly orbits the sun not on the plane of the ecliptic of the rest of the solar system, but actually if you use the plane of the ecliptic as the horizontal, on a vertical sort of orbit. All right. So in other words, it's coming in from below and then back down from above through the plane of the ecliptic. Now, the problem I've always had with all of these stories about Nibiru or Planet X or, the brown dwarf black sun is that if you have a celestial body making those kinds of regular trips through the solar system, it would be like thumping a trampoline on which you have a bunch of balls. It would be like regularly thumping the trampoline as those balls are trying to go in their circular courses around the central ball. In other words, they're going to be bobbing in their orbits. There will be a physical signature of whatever celestial bodies are out there. And my problem with that theory was and still is that I am not aware that anyone has ever published the physical data indicating or substantiating the existence of these bodies. Now, NASA may have done so, but I'm not aware of it. But for me, Carla, the bottom line is I'm not going to believe the story until they publish the data on which they're making these claims. And number two, until some astronomer or somebody with a telescope, even a home amateur astronomer, can look out there and confirm that the physical data, pardon me, is indicating that you have these types of physics signatures of another celestial body. Until they do, I'm going to discount the story. So that's my answer. I'm not aware of it. They may have published the data. The data may have been confirmed, but I want to see it. Merely reporting a story that we found such and such isn't adequate science. That's the bottom line. All right. Now back to politics here, guys. These questions and comments are from Byzantra, our friend over in Belgium. And she writes 7 questions. Number 1, the neocons' agenda of more of the same is dooming the planet to more war, raping, and pillaging countries with no end in sight until there's nothing left. Not to mention that it is financially unsustainable. Are there second thoughts among the elites about Hillary Clinton that could change things on the world stage? Well, yes, Byzantra, I think this is precisely why you have seen the opposition to her growing, because she does represent the Mr. Global centralizing rape, pillage, and plunder crowd. All right. And there is, as far as I can tell, a backlash against it. And I think it's wrong to call it populist. I think what the backlash is, be it in Europe with the migrant crisis, or in this country, or in Australia or New Zealand or Canada or what have you, is that we need to own the language. It's not a populist revolt. It is a revolt against the idea that global corporations are the final product of political institutional evolution, and that they therefore should be the ones running the world. I think what you see now is a backlash against that whole centralizing dogma. And you're seeing people, particularly if you watch some of the financial circles carefully, like Catherine Fitz does, you're seeing people increasingly questioning whether they want to go this road. And let's be honest here. The globalist experiment that we've been involved with, ever since it was a dream and a gleam in the Rockefeller and Rothschild's eyes, has been one huge disastrous failure, because it isn't bringing about more peace. It isn't bringing about more prosperity. It is doing the exact opposite. So there's got to be a better way. I think this is precisely what is represented in this current American referendum. And I make no bones about calling it a referendum. It's beyond the two candidates. What's really at issue is, do we want more of the same, or do we want to change not only directions, but change our entire ideology and political philosophy? That's what I really think it's about, all right? Number two, the old man, Henry Kissinger, is no stranger to dirty dealing. Do you think it is possible that he is one of the visible intermediaries trying to topple the neocon Clinton clan? Could this be a possible reason he went to visit Putin in Russia? I said back when Kissinger wrote the article that he did, breaking with the Brzezinski CFR policy vis-a-vis Russia, that was a signature of the fact that there is deep, deep division philosophically and ideologically within the Mr. Global camp. Now, I don't know if Kissinger himself is part of this group against Clinton. The guy is devious enough that he would be one of the people trying to play both ends against the middle. But I do think, given his statements about Russia, and given Hillary's statements about Russia, that if he was sincere in his statements, then he probably is not in agreement with how she wants to handle Russia. And therefore, I would be willing to say that he may be a part of these elites in the background that are looking at her candidacy and what she's pledging to do with a very, very jaundiced eye. All right. Number three, as you have already stated more than once, Hillary is a weak candidate and nothing more than a puppet president if elected. Donald Trump, however, has no political experience, but can provide breathing room to the opposing elite of the neocon camp to implement a different strategy that is more aligned with Russia and China's policies. Not exactly a puppet, but not totally exempt from manipulation either. And I agree with that. I do agree with that. However, I don't think that you will find Trump as willing to lump China in with Russia. I think Trump has made it very clear that he views the way that the Chinese have been handled with a very, very skeptical eye. All right. I think he'd be much more inclined to take the view we need to get along with Russia. And I think, quite frankly, that Trump represents some geopolitical thinking of that group that is backing him within the American deep state and intelligence community. Because for them, what they've seen arise in the last 15 years is this huge block of nations called the BRICS nations: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Brazil now not so much, but still a very formidable bloc. And they realize that the power sitting in the center of that bloc is China. So the way that I think they might be thinking to break that block up would be to initiate some sort of much more comprehensive, not only policy of détente with Russia, but of cooperation with Russia in the so-called war on terror as a means of prying Russia and China apart. Now, the big problem that they're going to have now is that they've let this progress to such a point that Japan has entered the picture and very clearly, in my opinion, is pursuing its own geopolitical agenda now, vis-a-vis China and Russia and the United States. So the picture is more complicated. But I think that they're backing Trump precisely because they have some sort of long-term agenda in mind for Russia that is totally in opposition to Hillary and the neocons. I think there's a different game that they might want to play once Trump gets into power. If Trump does get into power, my expectation will be that he will have some sort of contact, perhaps even a summit meeting with Vladimir Putin within the first 6 months of his administration to begin the process of getting rid of all of these roadblocks that we have put into place on Russia and dealing with Russia. And I think the key here to watch will be the sanctions. We'll lift the sanctions if somehow in return we can get a less close relationship between you and China. All right, that's my expectation of what Trump might do and why he might do it. And I hope that's making sense, because I think your observation there is really quite on target. All right, number 4. DeSandra asks this: do you see the Clinton couple ending up in jail together with a lot of their appointed high key position staff and journalists? Or the bare necessities, since too much vile laundry exposed is no good for any elite. It would expose them all as parasites. Well, whether they end up in jail or not depends on whether or not they win or lose the election. I suspect eventually you're going to see, if not them in jail, you're going to see members of the machine in jail. If simply for the reason that they need to toss a few sacrificial lambs into the pokey to reassure everybody that, see, yeah, we're living under law too. That's just the nature of the case if they win. If they lose, I think there's a very good possibility that eventually you will see one or both of them perhaps doing time. I think there's a good possibility that you'll see a lot of people that have been associated with them doing time. But again, that's all dependent on how this election goes. Number 5. A monetary system over more secure satellites and quantum computers through the installation the Chinese are setting up as a temporary measurement. I'm not sure I'm understanding your question here. Is the monetary system more secure, I think is what you're asking, due to the Chinese quantum satellite operation? I think really what you're looking at, Byzantra, is actually a rollout of a parallel financial system. It's at least going to be billed that way, but you're looking at the rollout of redundancy in the international financial clearing system. Remember that China is playing a very delicate game. China, in a certain sense, is in bed with the global loany crowd, with the global centralizers crowd, all right? But by the same token, they are also playing and that means they're playing a risky game. They're also playing a game where they're trying to build out all this infrastructure. So on the one hand, as far as the globalists are concerned, yeah, we need that international financial clearing redundancy that the Chinese are building. But by the same token, that system could be used as a competition to the Western system, as a competitor to it, and a much more secure one, incidentally. All right. So I suspect that you are looking at a very, very careful game. However, I don't think that this is a temporary thing. In fact, I think you're looking at everybody now that's launching satellites. They're really trying to get in on the international financial clearing game and establish their own nationally controlled systems so that in case one goes down, they have their own system that can do it. That's what I really think this game is about, at least right now. All right, number 6. Huma Abedin, with all her Saudi connections and political relations with Hillary for 20 years, makes a mockery of every Western secret intelligence service. They should be more than ashamed of themselves. The leading heads for the last 20 years should all be prosecuted for treason. Well, I suspect that your intuition here, Byzantra, may be sound, that somebody somewhere in the intelligence vetting community has been deliberately derelict in looking at her. And I'll be very blunt, Byzantra, and tell you that this is, I think, yet another reason that Trump has them scared. Because if he goes in there and actually does manage to start draining the swamp, that somebody within those communities that have allowed these people to exist and function at the very highest levels of the federal government, that is going to expose an even wider network of corruption. So in other words, I'm going back to what I said before. It's not just the Clintons. The Clintons right now are the visible symbol of it simply because she's running, all right? But it expands beyond the Clinton network to a lot of other very powerful people, all right? The Bushes among them. So I think this is the reason for all of the frantic paranoia about Trump, because it's more than just the Clintons that are involved in it. And once they start to pull on that thread of who let this woman from Saudi Arabia, whose mother is a Wahhabist, and who marries a sexual predator, who let this woman into the very top echelons with access to some very classified information? Who let her in that position? So once you start pulling on that thread within the intelligence community, you're going to find where this network has managed to penetrate. And that's what they want to protect at all costs. They cannot afford to lose that, all right? They can't afford to not have the continuation of that rogue group from 9/11. All right. Number 7, what side effect would this cleanup entail for Europe and Europe's leaders? And Byzantra, I'm going to doff my hat again, because that really is the question. What effect would a Trump presidency and cleanup have on Europe? And I'll tell you very bluntly, where let's assume that he gets in there and he's really serious and he goes full bore to clean out the mess. Well, the mess, unfortunately, he's going to discover is not just centered in Washington, D.C., or for that matter, in Wall Street. It's also centered in the city of London. It's also centered in Zurich. It's also centered in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. It's centered in the European Central Bank. It's centered in Deutsche Bank. So he will start making all of these connections to all of these different groups. And if that happens and it becomes public, what I think it will do is it will fuel the, so to speak, the populist, putting that in quotation marks again, the populist revolt that you see in Europe right now. And it's going to give it, and please hear me now and understand what I'm trying to say, Byzantra, it will give it much sturdier conceptual, ideological legs to stand on. Because what do you see in the populist revolt in Europe right now? You see a revolt simply against the migration, the refugee policy. But once you start connecting that to a globalist agenda that has been propagated and perpetrated by institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, Deutsche Bank, the European Central Bank, the Bundesbank, and so on. Once you start seeing that connection, then that revolt in Europe changes color and realizes that it's not simply about immigration. It goes much deeper, and it's about ending the European culture and the individual European nation state. Once that gains traction, if it gains traction at all, then you're going to see a dramatic shift in domestic European politics that's going to cut across all current party lines. Remember what you saw in the Brexit vote, Byzanter. The Brexit vote was attained by people both in the Labour Party and in the Tory Party in the United Kingdom that were fed up with the loss of their national sovereignty to a bunch of bureaucrats in Brussels. All right. That's essentially why the revolt took place. And if that Brexit phenomenon transports itself across the channel to France, to Italy, to Germany, to Holland, to Austria, to Sweden, where you've seen these significant revolts against the immigration policy, and these people start waking up and realizing it's not just about immigration, it's about a much bigger agenda, and these people are in bed with the likes of Bill and Hillary Clinton, then you're going to see that movement gain some real legs over there, and it will transform European politics dramatically, to the extent that I think you're going to see whatever political movement comes out of such a speculation, that you will see Europeans not only questioning NATO, but beginning to insist that this whole relationship with the United States has to change dramatically. And if Trump's in the White House, he'll be willing to talk to them because he doesn't like NATO any better. All right. One thing that will come out of that is that the European countries will have to dramatically beef up their defense capabilities. And there's already talk of this in Germany. So anyway, Karambit is in the chat room. Welcome to Karambit, and welcome to, I think Chartreuse is in the chat room now. All right. Karambit is in Mexico, so we've added Mexico to the global extent of the chat tonight. All right. Now, these questions are from Swedish exile in Hungary. I don't know if he's with us tonight, but I do want to take these questions. And I said in the pre-chat, guys, that Swedish exile expresses my feelings about all of this exactly. And here is the way he puts it. He says, quote, "This election is killing me. I'm so fed up that I've almost gone into hiding. I barely listen to any alternative shows any longer, including yours. I wish for it to be over so that this tsunami of information, disinformation, and screwed up emotions will start to recede." Well, bad news, Swedish exile, is, as I've said, it's not going to be over on November 8th. That's just the end of Act 1. But he goes on to admit this. He says, "I fear this is just the overture. Forget about Act 1, Farrell. It's not even the beginning of the opera. It's just the overture." Okay? No matter who wins, he says. "The only positive thing is that I now know how controlled the global media is. It's outright depressing. But at least now I know the scope." Well, let's comment on that, Swedish exile. Assume that Darth Hillary does become the next president of the United States. Not only are you going to have a contested election here and a clampdown on the internet, what that means is their propaganda organs are going to be enforced or forced on people, and that means all of us are going to have to assume the position that whatever they're saying is at some point a lie. we're going to have to put on the attitude of the Russians living in the old Soviet Union. Everything coming out of this outfit is one big stinking lie. We know better, and just turn them off and circulate our opinions samizdat on typewritten manuscripts. That's what's coming down the pipe. All right. At least, he says, I now know the scope. I finally got a hold of your book about 9/11. Amazon in Europe was constantly pushing the date, and it's a really good book. I consider myself to know a lot about 9/11, but there were many extremely interesting things that I didn't have a clue about. The point about the pre-registered domain names just made my jaw drop. But there is one big elephant in the room that I simply cannot figure out. The Saudis. What's their role in this? Patsies and co-conspirators? I would say co-conspirators at level 2. Remember what I put in that book about the connections of the Bush family, and for that matter, James Baker, via the Carlyle Group to the bin Ladens. So if you want to look at it in a certain way, this is a Mr. Global corporate run operation, a rogue element within the American deep state, but it has its rogue elements elsewhere as well. All right. If we're looking at the 9/11 incident as a false flag operation taken over by a rogue network adjusting the parameters again, what's the initial role of the Saudis? And my suspicion here, this is an excellent question, Swedish Exile. I'll give you the top of the hat on that one. My suspicion here, Swedish Exile, is that the Saudis, to a certain extent, were bankrolling it. And because of the heavy presence of so many Saudis in the Patsy operation, they were involved to some extent in planning it. All right. Now, I say to some extent because I do not think that they are the epicenter of the event. They're one of them, to be sure, but they're not the sole players in the event. All right. That's the problem. That's the problem. Now, I saw in the chat room just now that someone said we have 61 people present in the chat. So I'm refreshing my window here because if that's the case, we just hit a new site record. 63 is my count right now. 63. 65 says a cult fan. I'm taking 63 as a new record. Bing, bing, bing. Thank you all. And I want to say hello to the folks that I have neglected. I want to welcome Dark Jedi, KY Brown, the Physical Medium. Let's see here. Dark Jedi, a number of times in here, so that maybe this thing is just overcounting. Just a whoa, man. And yeah, we've got lots of Dark Jedis. I think we're being spammed here, guys, in actual fact. Enki Nike, welcome. Michael in Fairfield, welcome to Michael in Fairfield. So, but anyway, maybe a new record tonight. But anyway, getting back here to Swedish Exile. We have on the one hand the deep connections with the Bush family, and on the other we know how many Saudi citizens were involved in the attack, yet it's only now when public opinion is, with some orchestrated help, turning its eyes to Saudi Arabia. Now, I'm going to give you a clue here as to what else is going on. You'll notice that Hillary has been involved in promoting ISIS. So you can add not just the Bushes to this Saudi international corporate rogue network inside of American military and intelligence fields, you can add them to it. And this is yet another reason why you see such a huge backlash against Trump, because he could conceivably expose the whole rotten edifice. All right, this is the crunch time, folks. This is the crunch time. Let me put it in different terms. If the rogue network wouldn't have shown itself on 9/11, how would this operation have played out? Which targets would have been attacked by whom, and which countries would have the U.S. invaded? Well, the problem is that 9/11 was the operation of this rogue network. My point was there was a deeper player unknown to that deep player that also entered the operation and said, guess what, we're here. All right, so there's another level here that is more mysterious to me as to who is pulling the strings there. But I think regardless of how you slice it, Swedish Exile, the fact that you have the existence of that group means that whatever operation would have been carried out, it's going to end up more or less the same way. You're going to have the presence of American troops and the injection of American power into the Middle East in precisely the places that you've seen. All right, and for the alleged reasons that we saw being given out. All right, so that's my take. Good questions there. All right. Now, these questions are from Kelly M. Again, they are related to the election. He says, simple question, cui bono? Is the anti-Clinton program being driven by the British? Presuming for a second that Her Majesty, and consequently her nobility, worked the Brexit in concert with Nigel Farage, if Britain is alone in Brexit, it might not work or take much longer. But if Britain and MI5 or 6 are behind exposing the Clintons in concert with the Kissinger-Ziggy Bankster faction, with Nigel Farage in the US for the last months assisting Trump, Brexiting the US means that the British ruling class can more easily succeed in their plans. Your thoughts? Well, all along, I have suspected, Kelly, as I mentioned earlier tonight, some sort of potential, I should say, very deep British role. All right. However, as I pointed out, there has been a hiccup in the Brexit procedure with the British High Court saying that no, the referendum has no legal status. It must be an act of Parliament that enacts Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, getting Great Britain out of the European Union. Now, I have no doubt that Prime Minister May could and probably will attempt to do this. The hiccup here is that the Labour opposition in Parliament wants her to disclose the conditions under which she wants to exit the European Union. And of course, that is just raw politics. No government, Labour or Tory, under the circumstances would disclose its negotiating position. However, if Prime Minister May wants to get that act of Parliament, she's going to have to disclose something. So the politics now are looking like they're trying to delay the Brexit. Personally, I don't think that will be successful, for the simple reason that if that were to occur, it's only going to increase the opposition to the European Union. I don't think that a delay helps those who want to remain. In fact, it may switch some of those who were for the Remain over to the Brexit side simply on the basis of constitutional principles and on the basis of the issue of British sovereignty. So we'll find out, but I do think there is a possibility. I'd give it at best a 40% possibility that there may be some sort of British involvement in the Trump campaign. After all, as I pointed out earlier, we had the case of the British diplomat just this last week come right out and say, no, these leaks cannot be coming from Russia. They have to be coming from within the American deep state. A British diplomat is not going to speak ad hoc on his own authority without having at least cleared it informally with his superiors in the Foreign Office. So I think that was a huge little message there from London to Washington. All right. Now, here we go with Geiger. And folks, got to take a swig. And you'll notice I lit my cigarette for this one because, well, I'll let you be the judge. Here we go. He says, over the last few days, I've assisted efforts on Reddit and 4chan to bring down the Clinton camp. 4.5 cheers for you there, Geiger. I've been in total ADHD manic autistic mode, combing through various leaks from the FBI, WikiLeaks, and other information that has been coming out faster than it can be processed. I apologize for the length of this submission, but I need the perspective of the community lest I lose my mind. So everybody, listen carefully. We don't want Geiger to go out of his mind. I've posted the link that I've provided to Joseph on my community page for all those ready to have their minds blown. The link is to a wacky thread started by a person now known as FBI-Anon at the 4chan political forums in August of this year. His story starts off by mentioning Tesla's research and how it was confiscated by the FBI upon his death. He goes on to say that the National Defense Research Committee tasked an MIT professor to review the files in search of anything with the potential to be weaponized. That professor was John Trump, uncle to Donald Trump. From there, the story gets even crazier. The Donald inherited these papers from his beloved uncle and used the scientific principles to build a time machine. Trump then traveled far into the future and discovered the entire planet will become a nuclear dystopian society due to radical Islamic fundamentalism. And he decided he must stop it. Trump then enlisted the help of a future man that lived immediately before the social collapse, Mike Pence. Due to the more sophisticated time machines of the future, there can be more than one Pence alive in our lifetime at any given time. The story continues from there into crazy land. No one actually took the story seriously at the time, but nonetheless it became meme material overnight. Since the summer, this person has made countless posts alleging insider info, discussing an internal coup from within the intelligence establishment, and mentioning that child sex and pedophile rings would bring Hillary down. The list of prescient posts, and please note the word here, the list of prescient posts, in combination with nutty time travel stories, went on, and people slowly began to take notice. The information was too crazy to believe, but then, for me at least, came the bombshell. 3 days ago, the official FBI Twitter vault posted declassified information that it denied having for many years, namely the files of Nikola Tesla that were stolen upon his death. The specific files posted to Twitter primarily detail Tesla's idea for an electromagnetic space fence to defend nations both large and small. Here's the kicker. According to the FBI's own material, Trump's physicist uncle was the man responsible for reviewing the Tesla material. So now the question becomes, what other nuggets of truth does this crazy story contain? One remark that highly intrigued me was that genes will become the commodity of the future. It also seems the internal coup by members of the intelligence establishment is true as well. Not to mention the Weiner investigation, the files on Vince Foster declassified by the FBI only 2 days ago. And that's true, folks. The FBI just declassified files on the death of Vince Foster, which, if you're familiar with that story, is suspicious. Okay? And yesterday's WikiLeaks pertaining to the Clinton Foundation involvement in child trafficking in Haiti seem to indicate the pedophilia ring is coming to light. Oh, and how many poor children were they attempting to smuggle out of Haiti? Why, 33. All of the above shed further light on the strange Podesta emails discussing cheese pizza, code for child pornography, hot dogs, code for male prostitutes, spirit cooking, code for occult ritual involving semen and breast milk, and an adult looking to auction off his beanie babies before his parents come home. I'm posting the beanie baby email below because it is too strange. Quote, Georgetown Law faculty and staff, my parents are visiting this weekend and I need to sell my enormous collection of beanie babies. I have approximately 480 little creatures of joy and I'm selling each one for $20. You must buy all 480. It is a collection, not an auction. They are very respectful and amicable with one another, and they are, for the most part, cat and dog friendly. Some are sassier than others, naturally, so please let me know. My parents can't find out. Signed, so-and-so. Unquote. So it seems that the satanic child abuse is coming to light, thank God. Anyway, I've been saying this whole time that Trump has been speaking in code. To all that have said Trump is a racist for saying he wants to build a wall around our southern borders, I've explained how one must look beyond the surface level of his remarks, and in order to do that, one must understand how the world really works. I've advocated that it was code for stopping the state-sanctioned drug trade. But with the release, bingo, I'll agree with you there, Geiger. But with the release of the Tesla material specifically talking about building an electromagnetic wall around nations, I'm hoping he might have been talking about much more than just drug trafficking. Would you care to comment on the significance of and your thoughts on the following? Number one, the secret tech and physics rollout. Number two, Trump's uncle. Number three, the papers themselves detailing the building of a space fence electromagnetic wall. Number four, Trump's talk of building a wall as high as a stadium's ceiling, idem est a dome, and his statements that he knows more than many of the generals believe him. And number five, Pence's speech in Cocoa Beach, Florida, or Cape Canaveral, where he pledged to revive the National Space Council, headed by the Vice President, and promised to focus NASA missions on deep space. Is this what Podesta and DeLong were attempting to head off? Is this Trump's true economic plan, the revitalization of space and the release of the tech that has been developed in secret for over a century? Now, let me stop there because we're not done. But let me put it this way to you, Geiger. Number one, I'm extremely suspicious and skeptical of these stories. Number two, until very recently, in fact, until I read this, there has never been any proof, for those of you who know the Tesla story, that the FBI actually did go in and steal his papers. There have been allegations, there have been statements by members of Tesla's family, surviving members of his family, to the effect that yes, his papers were stolen. Something was stolen out of the motel safe where he was living. Therefore, everything I say now is under the aegis or presupposition of let's assume that everything here is true for the sake of argument to see where it leads us. Okay? Now, with that caveat in mind, in answer to your questions, number one, if Trump's uncle was an MIT physicist, and if indeed he had access to those stolen papers, and if, please note all these ifs, if indeed Donald Trump successfully obtained them, then to my mind it would stand to reason that someone like Trump would be naturally curious in wondering if any of this was true. Now, we do know, and it is true, that Tesla on many occasions indicated that his wireless transmission of power idea was also weaponizable, okay? And it's at that point that you see the powers that be shut him down. Now, with that in mind, I do not think it is true that Tesla was talking about a time machine, okay? So in other words, the way I'm looking at these emails, and this is the first I've heard of them, but the way I'm looking at these emails is that this is a psyop, because you have enough truth in them and you have enough disinformation in them that if you look at the disinformation, it makes you question the whole thing, okay? But I know, having studied Tesla, that the wireless transmission of power was weaponizable, and that Tesla himself very clearly alluded to that in his public statements and articles after J.P. Morgan shut down the project. Okay? So, with that in mind, is a wall, when Trump says wall, my suspicion, like you, has all along been that he's not talking about a wall in any conventional sense, that he's talking at several levels, and he's talking ultimately at a metaphorical level of something else. Now, if that's true, if there is a hidden technology that, and again, please note here the constant subjunctive, the if, because I'm speculating and taking for granted the truthfulness just in order to speculate. Again, I'm skeptical. But again, for the sake of argument, if he has access to that technology, in my opinion, Geiger, has always been a technology that somehow, and Tesla intuited this and alludes to this in his notes, that technology is somehow accessing an energy that we would now call the zero-point energy. In other words, if Trump has access to it, he has access, I'll put it very bluntly, to a financial economic game changer. Okay? And as Krasani just said, that's a lot of yarn. That's precisely it. This is a lot of yarn. All right? Now, if that's the case, and if Trump is also, through Pence, pledging to revive deep space missions, then deep space missions themselves are going to require, if they're manned, some other technology. I've been arguing this until I'm blue in the face. Some other technology than chemical rockets. And this is also true of mining asteroids. To make it truly cost-effective and to minimize risk of investment, chemical rockets are not the way you're going to do or accomplish all of that. So could there be really hidden agendas behind Trump? And again, I would have to say yes, given all that we've said about Dr. Steve Pieczenik and rogue groups and so on and so forth, releasing all of this intelligence, trying to torpedo Hillary Clinton and get rid of this neocon globalist cabal that has basically occupied the American government. All right. Now, with that in mind, I hope that makes sense, Geiger. With that in mind, let's continue. Let me light a cigarette. You go on to say, quote, the leaks and FOIA. Thursday morning, the FBI online FOIA request server went online. Coincidence? I doubt it. Agree with you here. FBI Anon is almost definitely an insider. It is all connected. They've been dropping clues in their posts and drawing attention to certain terms. If one keyword searches some of the terms he has provided within the official FBI vault, very weird results present themselves. Searching Vince Foster and Jeffrey Epstein returns the exact same results, which include files on Jimmy Hoffa, Meyer Lansky, Tesla, and even Rodney King. As of last night, people were trying to put this puzzle of clues together. Keyword searching hot dogs, cheese pizza, and other code words in the documents themselves also returns curious results. Isn't it funny that this info is being conveyed via manipulated metadata? Everyone is convinced that someone is dropping breadcrumbs to 4chan and the Donald Reddit community, pardon me, that will eventually lead us to a smoking gun. I have yet to dive down the rabbit hole today, so I cannot provide more up-to-date information. I'm sort of embarrassed to suggest this. But what if the above means there is more truth than fiction to the FBI Anon story? What about the time travel bits? Well, again, for me, I think that's the disinfo. The picture alone in the link I shared blew my mind. One has to look for themselves to understand what I mean. The NYPD and their involvement in exposing the child sex rings, the finders and the Franklin scandal connection to Giuliani, Comey, and the Mark Rich Clinton pardon investigation. There's also the matter of Steve Pieczenik and his video about an internal coup in the government. Is this the involvement of one of the creators of psychological warfare, or pardon me, is the involvement of one of the creators of psychological warfare something that should concern us? Answer, as far as I'm concerned, Geiger, it should concern us, particularly in the context of what you're presenting here, immensely. All right? Because, like I said before, the Daily Bell has raised, I think, the very good issue that having all of these whistleblowers now coming out and saying there's a soft coup against Hillary Clinton ends up painting them like the good guys. Well, if they've been suppressing secret technology for this amount of time and information about Jimmy Hoffa and Vince Foster, and it's just coming out now, then yeah, we have to question why now. And if my suspicion and intuition here is correct, if we assume for the moment that this group has altruistic motives, then ultimately I think what they're trying to do, and please hear me again, if they have altruistic motives, then ultimately what they're trying to do is two things at the same time. Number one, they're trying to expose the existence of a suppressed technology in physics that has been suppressed by, number two, a cabal that goes all the way back to the time period of Nikola Tesla. And most of us here would know more or less what that cabal is. If that's the case, then what you're looking at in this referendum cycle is they are playing for extraordinarily high stakes that transcend just the Clinton and the Bushes and the Saudi. They're playing for stakes that could change the financial structure and therefore the oligarchical structure running the world. Let me repeat that. If they are playing to altruistic motives, then they are playing for very high stakes to overturn a cabal that has suppressed a technology and therefore has created a financial system. They're looking to overturn the whole thing. That's very high stakes. And if all of this is true, if all of your dot connecting here is true, then, as I said, November 8th will not be the last act in this drama. As you put it, it will be, as pardon me, as Swedish Exile put it, it will be just the overture. All right. Final paragraph. All of this brings me to my final concerns. Notice that the DeLong Podesta project attributed the origins of unified field technology to the Nazis. Oh gosh, what a surprise. It is much too early to definitively determine the following, but it seems that the Trump faction is attributing the origin of the technology to Tesla. All of the above brings me to one last set of questions. What if we are all missing something? Well, of course we're all missing something. None of us have all the data. None of us have that kind of access. Why have none of the leaks pertained to 9/11? And what is the possibility that this entire coup against the Bush-Clinton nexus is level 3 of the operation ousting level 2? And we all know who I think level 3 is. Let me put it this way, Geiger. I've maintained all along, as most of you know, that my Nazi International, or Walter Bosley's NIMSA, as Tim has just reminded us in the chat room, served divorce papers on 9/11. And you must understand, and I've never written about this at any length in my Nazi series of books, but you must understand that the Nazis, when they invaded Yugoslavia, made a beeline to Belgrade to get all of the Tesla papers that they could that were located in Belgrade. They were investigating that stuff with a vengeance, all right? And much of Tesla's thinking, although he doesn't come right out and say this, because Tesla was not concerned with being up to date with his physics vocabulary. In other words, he wrote off Einstein and all of that and just did his thing. But if you look at some of the stuff that Tesla was doing, he was definitely investigating what I would call, and what others would call, scalar physics. All right. But if this is the case, then I have no difficulty believing that the faction behind Trump may be connected to what I've been calling the fascist mafia. All right. Now, I'm not saying that Trump is a fascist or that Pence is a fascist. They may not, and probably are not, aware of all of these possibilities. All right. They may not be aware of all these possibilities, but I don't personally, accepting your scenario here as you've painted it for the sake of argument. And again, remember, I'm highly skeptical, but for the sake of argument, accepting your scenario, if it's true, I have no difficulty believing that what you're witnessing is that faction, that mafia, emerging and trying to take out the globalist cabal and putting their own version of it in place. All right. So those are my thoughts. All right. Now, we have, I think, just a few more, I hope, just a few more commentaries on, on politics, and then we're going to transition to the other subject matter of the night. And folks, we're already an hour and a half, and we're only about halfway through here. All right, this is from Jeannie. And more election theorizing here. She says, although these questions are distantly related to the political and other machinations happening on our world, they do not directly do so, or do they? And although I'm very interested in what happens in the coming selection, I'm merely concerned here with the ultimate destiny of souls and where that is leading, not to mention the method by which we, each of our individual persons, will get there. Do you believe that we are all on a path towards godhood? Well, by nature we are. You have to remember that nature is, so to speak, only one half of the equation, the other half being person. Not all of us individually are, okay? And I hope that makes sense to you. Do you believe that we're all on a path towards godhood? If not, how is it that God, as in the creator of all, would create such creatures with soul evolution capability and not have something like this in mind? Well, by nature, I think, yes, he did do that. It's the personal twisting of it and the personal revolt against it that is the issue. And clearly, there are some people in revolt against it personally. It's as if they're in revolt against their own innate natural goodness. And this is why you see some of these occult practices trying to get people gradually unhinged from their innate conscience, their innate moral impulses toward the good and toward God. So yeah, the nature part of it is kind of a predetermination, but the personhood, the free will part of it, isn't. All right. Now let me continue. I've been listening to your Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men interviews with George Ann Hughes on the Bite Show recently, and thanks so much to Forum Borealis's Blue Green for remastering them. And thought I heard you state that you tend to the belief that human beings are an engineered chimerical hybrid creature. I was wondering if you still lean that way, and if so, what does that mean in regards to human beings having souls? It means nothing whatsoever. You know, if God or the gods engineered us, then part of their image is in mankind. If anything, it's less problematical to think that, and that we have an innate natural soul, than to believe the idea that we evolved from the primordial goo up through monkeys and higher primates, and voila, here we are, and oh, surprise, surprise, we've got a mind and a soul. It's much easier, if you stop and think about it, to believe the engineering, be it God or the gods, or both in combination, than to believe the materialist neo-Darwinist version of the story, which has as yet to account for how does the mind or soul actually contribute to the survival of the fittest and to the process of evolution, and how does matter itself evolve such a thing. Okay, I think it's much easier. In fact, I've seen no incompatibility with that view. Okay, did they perhaps engineer the genes necessary for soul occupancy into us? Well, if there is such a gene, the answer would be yes. Okay, is that even really how it should be done? I don't know. I'm not God or a God. I believe that animals have souls, at least of a sort. Well, surprise, surprise, Jeannie. There is a Greek Christian father by the name of St. Basil of Caesarea. He's one of the three great formulators. He's called the Cappadocian father because that's where he was from, Cappadocia in modern-day Turkey. But Basil of Caesarea was one of the formulators of the final crystallization of terminology to deal with the doctrine of the Trinity, okay? And interestingly enough, Basil himself uses the Greek word hypostasis, which is the word that you use in dogmatic theology to mean personhood, all right? He uses that word, get this, in one of his epistles, not only when he's speaking of Peter and Paul or John, he uses that same term when he's talking about the higher beasts, okay? So it's almost like he's implying they have some sort of personhood, not just soul. Remember, soul and person aren't the same thing. Soul is natural, person is individual, all right? But he uses that word when he's talking about higher animals, okay? Which is a big problem if you're one of these people out there that think, well, animals are nothing but sort of machines made with meat. Okay, it's very, very interesting to see that, and that's something that I used to make my students read back when I was teaching patristics, because what are you going to do with that? you know all right, now what do you think? How does soul occupancy and intelligence play into the evil, or maybe I should say the negativity, we see happening all around us? If our cousins are out there and are manipulating things here on earth, then what does that mean for their soul growth? Well, it depends on how they're manipulating things. The key for me, and I hope everybody hears me, and you're raising some really good questions here, and I've even thought about doing a webinar on this point. The key for me is, suppose contact with extraterrestrials really happens, and happens in such a manner that there can be no doubt in the vast majority of people's minds that it has happened. What does that mean? What should our response to them be? And my central insistence here is that morality, the good, compassion, justice, wisdom, and so on, and call me old-fashioned here, these are universals. In other words, what's good and moral here for us humans should be good and moral for any intelligent life anywhere else in the universe. If we're made in the image of God and conscious life is made in the image of God, then that seems to follow. So our response to any contact should be to measure the morality and the actual actions, rather than simple messages, we're here in peace, we're your brothers, we're your space brothers. What does the behavior tell you about them? Now, if you put things that way, then any interference has to be seen and evaluated on that basis. You look at the stories, whether you accept them as true or not, is a different issue. But if you look at the stories of alien abductions and encounters, it's a very mixed record. In some cases, yeah, they're behaving very peacefully. In other cases, they're behaving like these child sex pedophilia rings, quite bluntly. So I would say it's the morality question that really determines what or how you would evaluate any sort of interference. Now, the texts tell us, the ancient texts tell us, that some of that interference hasn't been too good. Okay? All right. Are they perhaps just instruments of God, the creator of all? Depends on what they're doing. Does God, the creator of all, even care what happens to us puny humans? I would think so. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Otherwise, nothing would be here. Okay? Or can God even care about all life in the universe? Maybe it's a case of, you have this opportunity for soul growth and evolution. Do with it what you will. Do you think that the physical plane as we know it is a hologram? There's some evidence for that. If so, what does that mean for us humans and our presumable growth capabilities? Well, again, all of this, Jeannie, I view as from the standpoint that if you're dealing with a universal metaphor, and it's a part of that metaphor that goodness, morality, love, compassion, and so on are built into the very physical mechanics of the cosmos, as it were. If that's true, then the only way to evaluate it is on the basis of the action itself. That for me is fundamental. And if they show up, say we come in peace, and for us to achieve our peaceful goals, to raise the humanity and its consciousness, we have to liquidate a certain number of millions or billions of your population in order to achieve that, then I'd say be suspicious, and not only be suspicious, but be highly suspicious. All right, that's the fundamental problem here. Okay. Now, let me stop here again and refresh my user list because we've got so many people. I'm really shocked and surprised that we've got this many people in the chat room. And I want to make sure that I've said hello to everybody. Wow, 68 people showing. Let's see, anybody I've missed? Lots of Dark Jedis in here. I think that's why our counter is so high. Debbie in Southern California, welcome to you. And P-Bud joins us from Warsaw, Poland. Welcome to you. Welcome back. Thomas, welcome to you. Jed Bond down in Australia, welcome to you. Let's see here. I think I've got pretty much everybody else. Yep, we're good. All right. This one from Nate Sullivan, and after this one, folks, I'm going to take a little break before we get to part 2 tonight. All right. Nate says, I'm sure you'll be talking a little politics tonight. No kidding. So here's another topic you've touched on from many angles regarding the political selection season. When I first heard that Donald Trump was running for president, my initial instinct was that this candidate was only good if America was going through bankruptcy, given his history in business. Wonderful point. Bravo. Off the hat. Beyond that, I could not figure out if this candidate was either sincere, a power-mad individual seeking the ultimate CEO chair, a plant from the Clinton campaign, or part of a greater plan to ensure polarization of the electorate, thus securing the future of a two-party only system. His over-the-top comments with little substance month after month has nearly convinced me that this man is a charlatan who will not only increase the divide in this country, but brand the rest of us who question the establishment as a bunch of crazy conspiracy nuts. Something our alternative news community has been dealing with for some time. I have suffered through the convention speeches and debates only to see him bring up a topic that I want to hear about, namely corruption in Washington, Benghazi, the Arab Spring debacle, email scandals, border security reality, and so on, but not expound on those ideas. You and others have done so much research in the area of geopolitical corruption. It should be easy for Trump to complete his thoughts on stage. I doubt he reads this site, quite frankly. He has been at this for 14 months and will yet not close the deal with his opponent standing right next to him. 14 months of campaigning, and he still does not articulate some of the most damning evidence that you talk about every week. This has been leading me to believe he's not only ensuring deeper polarization, but a convenient candidate to sweep Secretary Clinton into the Oval Office. However, there have been some sincere times for Trump. Times where I believe he really wants to end geopolitical and political corruption in Washington and really wants to restore our constitutional republic and to have it thrive. So I challenge myself regularly to give some level of benefit to doubt to both candidates. It is during those times of reflection that my initial instinct comes back front and center. This man would be perfect if America was about to go through a bankruptcy. America has a $17 trillion debt. In addition to our national debt, we have an incalculable amount of mortgage derivatives floating in the stock exchanges, and those derivatives living in our 401ks, state, local, and union pension funds. According to Secretary Catherine Fitz, we have anywhere from $30 to $51 trillion missing from the Pentagon. And you've spoken eloquently about our financial institutions trading far more paper than actual productivity. So, what if the world continues to dislike us more and more and stop buying our bonds? You've made a strong case for why China and others would not stop buying our bonds because it would negatively affect them. And I largely agree. But if we continue our current foreign policy, they may take that risk. What if derivatives have been sliced and diced as far as they can go? And I would say that's probably true. In fact, if you'll recall, the German finance minister, Wolfgang Schäuble, was recently at the G20 conference in China, where he came right out and he said, the debt finance model we have driven as far as we can drive it. There is no fix, that is not a reform. In other words, a complete overhaul of the current financial system. That's the German finance minister. Continuing. Derivatives have been sliced and diced about as far as they can go, and that house of cards finally collapses. Yes, it hurts others around the world, but we are the richest country, so I think it will hurt our citizens the most financially. What if we finally get accurate accounting of the Pentagon's budget and we realize that most of the money and assets have been transferred into private contractor hands into a breakaway civilization and potentially even off planet? Thus, America is bankrupt. My questions are, number one, do you think America could be headed for a major bankruptcy? And separately, number two, do you think that some in the establishment want Trump for that purpose? I still feel he is a charlatan. I'm in sales, and he's one poor salesman who does not know his product. That said, he would be absolutely perfect to stonewall debt collectors, tell European bankers that it is their fault, and talk in circles until America can get back on its feet. It sounds silly at first, but those are truly his best assets. All right, now, answer, do I think that's possible? Yes. Do I think that he would be someone that they would want to have in office should a restructuring of the entire financial system have to be done? Answer, yes. Would you, as a member of the oligarchy facing those kinds of prospects, vis-a-vis Hillary Clinton, who would you want to have in office? Well, answer, Trump. Now, I suspect that if that scenario is true, that the other reason you'd want Trump in there is precisely if you listen to him carefully, and I'm disagreed with you about him being a charlatan. You have to listen to him much more carefully, because what he has been talking about is what? He's been talking about productivity, about making things. In other words, Trump is looking at this, if you are thinking like a businessman, Trump is thinking in terms of equity, of actual things, not paper flying around the world and being the basis of a financial system. He's talking about real equity and real productivity. If you are the deep state oligarchs and you know this picture and that the bubble is about to burst, what kind of person would you want in office to make sure that the transition is as smooth as possible? I'm not saying it won't be bumpy. It'll be extraordinarily bumpy. But do you want someone who's used to playing the paper finance game, or are you wanting someone that can actually build and make things, be it buildings or whatever, and get that process going? Because the reason I stress that is, as you rightly point out, the derivatives bubble is so gigantic, it's so off the charts and so unrelated to any real human productivity. It is in excess by several times the entire gross domestic product of the planet. Therefore, it's a complete fiction. Okay, the only way it is not fiction is if you bring some sort of hidden space connection to all of this, and I think that's possible too. But if that's not there, then the derivatives bubble is so gigantic, it's a complete fiction. There's no way that it cannot be fixed without basing things back in real human markets, trading in real human productivity. No more high-frequency trading that can manipulate entire currencies or stocks or bonds up, or commodities for that matter, up or down in a nanosecond. It has to be reflective of real humanity. So in other words, we're seeing even a divergence in markets themselves between the kind of the transhumanist techno market that's living in its own virtual reality and an actual market where you're dealing with real people making real products or services that you want. Okay, if you're going to transition out of a debt-based financial system into an equity-based financial system, like Catherine Fitz has been talking about for years, Trump is kind of the guy that you want in there to do that, because he's going to talk a very different game than David Rockefeller or Lord Rothschild or any of these people who are finance capitalists. He's an old-fashioned, to put it this way, manufacturing capitalist, equity capitalist. All right, that's entirely possible. And again, I doff my hat, because I think you're seeing something there that could actually be the case. All right, now I want to take a break here, if I may, a brief nature break. I want to come back and transition us into the final half of tonight's VidChat, where we're going to be talking about some very, very different sorts of things. All right, let's go. All right, I want to add one other comment to what I just said there about Mirror 13's speculations about American bankruptcy and Donald Trump. You'll notice something else about Trump is that he's been saying all along that we're going to build back up our military. Now, I'm not so concerned about him saying that as to why he's saying that. And in the context of a bankruptcy, in terms of what that would mean, quite literally, it would be a default on sovereign securities. And when you are declaring bankruptcy, those securities are collateralized, quite literally, by the infrastructure of the nation. And you've seen China trying to get into this country and seize certain key infrastructure in the country. I think what Trump might be doing, if your scenario is correct, is saying, all right, if we're going into default mode, we have to protect our assets, the assets that we have, from seizure while we build back up the productivity and build back up the good credit of the nation. So I just wanted to add that final thought. All right. Yeah, Dark Jedi is listed a lot of times here, and I'm kind of suspicious. I suspect that our count is probably more like 57, so we're going to call 57 our record count for the night. All right, now we're transitioning here. This is from Vermacro, and she says, I live way out in the country and I have spotty internet coverage, so I may not be able to be in the chat room, but I will be sure to listen later. But in the Vidchat dated August 12th, 2016, someone, maybe it was Geiger, asked a question about the abyss Anu image that was bound or impressed into mankind at the time of our creation. After discussing this, you said, quote, by the time you get through mineral, vegetable, and then finally animal man, that animal man is still a microcosm of such a high order that there's a direct relationship to the abyss, to Anu, to star stuff. What they're telling you is that all of these branches on trees of differentiation are lower order of derivatives except for mankind. Mankind is a high order derivative, even though he appears way down there. How did they come up with that, and how do you square that with the basic structure of the metaphor? Unquote. I've been baking my noodle on that question, and here's what I came up with. If I'm reading the above story correctly, mankind was impressed with the image of God at the time of creation. One of the properties of the divine is self-creation out of the nothing. By virtue of that divine image impressed upon us at our inception, mankind must therefore have an inherent godlike property of being able to access the medium to create ex nihilo. We can access the medium because we are the medium in the microcosm. That ability or property, because of its high order self-generating quality, cannot possibly be watered down, even if it appears in a lower order derivative being. I hope I'm on the right track here. There's the doff of the hat, Vermacro. Yes, you're on the right track. And I want to direct your attention to statements by a couple of very different people. St. Paul in the New Testament says somewhere, work out your salvation with fear and trembling, for you are what? Synergos is the Greek word he uses there, which means quite literally a co-worker with God. All right? A co-worker with God, even in your own salvation. So in other words, you have that idea, and you have Christ's statement, have I not said ye are gods? So in other words, that certainly is being, something like that is being implied. All right. The other person I want to direct your attention to is Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, because Tom Bearden has said almost the same thing that you have said in reference to this type of physics. And again, it's built into quantum mechanics in a major way, because again, prior to performing certain experiments in quantum mechanics, just the way you set up the experiment in terms of what you want to observe, in effect, you create the parameters for observing what you want to observe. So in other words, you are, again, you're kind of a co-worker here. All right. So in other words, you're definitely on track here. Now, there's some qualifications, obviously, and I'm sure you're aware of them. As you baked your noodle on this, because we don't get this process going in and of ourselves. But once you are once you are in this process, you're involved with it, as you point out. So yeah, I think definitely you are on the right track there. All right, now this one is from TSC, all right? And this is kind of an interesting one, folks. He says, I recently heard an interview with Josh Reeves on THC Plus. He covered many subjects, but the one that caught my eye, that caught my attention was on the origins of Scientology. I've always had profound suspicions regarding all recent American homegrown religions. Hearty amen from me. starting with the Latter-day Saints, but also with the Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, etc. The list is long. But Scientology outdoes all of these on all counts, as I've come to see it. In the interview, he cited investigations that had made into both a right-wing but relatively unknown organization similar to the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, called the Council for National Policy. They seem to have a strong influence and influential members, too. And it makes sense to me that if you wish to control this one-dimensional political system we seem to be stuck with, that you have to control both sides, both left and right. No argument. He then eventually progressed to Scientology, where he claimed that Hubbard indeed was an OSS operative and that he also did visit the United Kingdom at the time when Crowley was alive. This has been denied by other investigators of Hubbard. He continued to claim that there was a link with MK Ultra operations and Scientology, or indeed that they were part of the same CIA operation, which again makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to say bingo. I think you're onto something there with the connection that you're making to MK Ultra. I've not seen anybody investigate that possibility, so it's pure speculation. But from what I know about Scientology and about some of the MK Ultra projects, there are some parallels. And the parallel I think of in particular is in Scientology, you have the idea of Hubbard of clearing, all right, of getting rid of certain mental blocks and so on. And within the MK Ultra program, you had the work of Dr. Ewan Cameron, who, if you'll recall, came up with a process that he called psychic driving. And part of that process literally involved wiping out a person's personality and building it from scratch. You know, and he did this via some of the most barbaric methods of torture, sleep deprivation, keeping people on a constant cocktail of drugs, having, as people were attempting to sleep, having tape recordings of the same thing being recorded and repeated over and over and over for hours, and so on and so forth. So there is some odd connection when you look at some of the methodology of Scientology and some of the methodology of MK Ultra in that respect. So I think you're onto something here. That's definitely, I think, a topic that would be worth real deep scholarly research. Now, to continue, the CIA had and still does have a deep interest in mind control, and what could be more mind controlling than Scientology? He also cited Scientology supporters that were not officially members, like Oliver Stone, but provided influence in favor of Scientology, and also some other well-known names providing similar services. Reeves is producing a film on this subject to be released soon. The reason I think this is important is that Scientology is an extremely successful and resourceful organization, to be sure. So successful that they must have had help and possibly funding too from somewhere. No other post-war organization comes anywhere near them in this respect, and they are as dangerous as they are toxic, as I see it. So my questions on this are, number one, have you ever looked into this Council for National Policy and any influence it may have had or still have? And the simple short answer here, Vimokra, is no. Or pardon me, TSC is no. Number two, what is your opinion on Hubbard and his organization, and where do they really come from, and who is their puppet master? And again, I have not investigated Scientology to any great degree, but given your connection here, I'm now very suspicious, and particularly given Hubbard's known connection to Jack Parsons and his known connection to Crowley, I'm suspecting that there is some hidden deep state, perhaps intelligence influence back behind all of this that has not yet come out. So again, I just want to say here, TSC, I think you're on to something, but I'm not aware of who that might be. If that connection is there, however, I would suspect that you're going to have CIA money perhaps involved, but involved in the form of several cutout organizations that are acting as fronts for funding, if that makes sense. Would I care to go high octane on this? I just did. Okay. So you have been on Greg's the Higher Side Chats show, and I'm sure he would let you have a peek at this Plus show if you ask. The juicy bits are in the subscriber section only and not on YouTube. I don't do that. I never push myself on talk show hosts for their inside information, or in fact, I never even invite myself on their shows. If I'm on someone's show, it's because they've contacted me and invited me. It's just something it's just something I don't like to do. All right, now this one is from Lormus. And Lormus says, I have two questions for the Vidchat. Number one, is there a way to establish geographic correspondences between planets in the solar system? This is a really interesting set of questions here, guys. In an occult text, I read that a certain place in the fourth heaven is located directly above a location on the earth, so that if a stone fell from the place in the fourth heaven, it would fall directly on top of the location on the earth. If the earth is the first heaven, fourth heaven would be Saturn. Is there a way to establish a one-to-one relationship between the surfaces of the two planets so that if we are given a location on Earth, we would be able to infer the corresponding location on Saturn? The obvious answer is yes, by latitude and longitude, all right? But I think what you're doing is you're asking a deeper question here, and I hope I'm understanding it correctly. You're asking if there are actual surface structure parallels between surfaces of one planet and another. Now, in the case of Saturn and the Earth, that'd be obviously very dicey because Saturn isn't a solid planet, it's a gas giant. However, what is interesting here is if you go back to the early stages of Richard Hoagland's studies on the Cydonia ruins, the face on Mars and all the surrounding stuff there where the face is located at Cydonia, back when he was doing, back prior to when he transitioned from what he was calling the Mars Project to his current website, the Enterprise Mission. Back during that period, right towards the end of the Mars Project and then very early on into the Enterprise Mission, he had a number of people that he was working with in the old Mars Project. People like the physicist Lambert Dolphin, Errol Torin of the Defense Mapping Institute, Dr. Mark Carlotto, a number of people, Michael Pozos, you know, there were a number of people involved with Hoagland doing this project. And one of these people, who later went on to write their own book, pointed out to Hoagland something that he, and for that matter I, found truly amazing. And that is that not only did they seem to think that there was a connection between the basic, if you will, orthography or graphology of the Martian face in those old Viking photographs that looked very similar to the headdress halo on an Egyptian pharaoh. And they pointed this out in numerous little papers that they were producing at the time. But this fellow in Great Britain suggested that there were astonishing parallels to some of the features in Cydonia to some of the ancient megalithic sites in the United Kingdom, and in particular Silbury Hill and the big megalithic stone circles around Aylesbury in the United Kingdom. And the parallels, as far as I'm concerned, the parallels are there. It's as if somebody was trying to memorialize a certain feature on Cydonia down here on planet Earth. All right. So that I think is possible. And why would they be doing that? Well, if true, and again we're talking ifs here, speculation, but if true, it's part of that as above, so below doctrine. All right. They're trying to mirror something here and capture it, bring it down here to Earth. So I do think there's something to that. The other example, obviously here, Lormus, is the Giza complex itself, because as many people have pointed out, the three major pyramids at Giza look to be like they're graphic representations on the ground of the three stars of the constellation Orion and Orion's belt. All right. So there's all these as above, so below correspondences that you might look for. Now, number two, in regards to the metaphor, we've talked about differentiation in the physical medium. Creation as a system should consist of data and processes. If we think of the medium as the data part, what do we know about the process part? Is there only one process which is responsible for everything from the differentiation in the medium on downwards, or are new processes spawned as the differentiation proceeds? In other words, does the main process itself differentiate? And the answer is yes. Lormus, I can't go into long talk about that. My voice is nearly spent. But yes, in my private notes on this whole thing, there is, if you look at it carefully, all right, good night there, Karambit. If you look at it carefully, there are processes that emerge at certain points as a consequence of the initial process of differentiation. Answer number one. And answer number two is those processes can only emerge in a certain order. Okay? So in other words, there's a kind of how to put it? There's a kind of algorithm built into it. Now, two of the functions or processes, as you're calling them, that emerge, and I covered this in the beginnings of this idea in the appendix to chapter 9 in the Giza Death Star Destroyed, because in the kind of weird topology I've been playing with to try and explain this all, union and intersection, which are two combinatorial functions in topology, union and intersection in standard topology, if applied to the empty hyperset, are the same thing. They amount or result in the same thing. But in the topology I've been constructing, union and intersection, even on the empty hyperset, are different things. And to give you an example of what I mean, if you take that common surface that results from the initial differentiation, that common surface would represent an intersection on the two regions of nothing that have been distinguished. Whereas union on those two regions would blur those three entities. So the functions immediately are not equivalent. So in other words, you're beginning to see the functions themselves emerge and define themselves by that initial process of differentiation. I hope that's making sense. It'll probably make more sense to those of you out there who are mathematically minded. But yes, you're definitely on the right track here, that the processes themselves, functions begin to specify themselves as you start seeing more and more differentiations added to the structure. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this one is from, let's just call her Sherry, all right? And she says, I've been digging through all the previous Vidchats with a fierce determination as I try to catch up and get a better understanding of the metaphor. It's a challenge, but I'm super excited. One thing I noticed is that you've only mentioned Richard Feynman on a couple of occasions. I've always been a fan of his, and some things I've been reading brought this Feynman quotation to mind. During a talk on quantum physics and computer simulation, Feynman says, quote, I mentioned the possibility of things being affected not just by the past, but also by the future, and therefore that our probabilities are in some sense illusory. We have only the information from the past and we try to predict the next step, but in reality, it depends on the near future, unquote. Do you think Feynman understood and accepted the metaphor in the way you do? And what are your thoughts on his contributions to physics? All right. In terms of knowing the metaphor, no. Feynman may have thought in similar terms. I'm not saying that he couldn't or wouldn't or didn't. I'm simply saying that as a formal idea, he wouldn't have been familiar with it because I didn't present it in any book during the time period that he was alive. So if he saw it, he saw it in a different way through different people. But what intrigues me here is this quotation, because it's very interesting to me, Sherry, that when you look at current research into psi phenomena, and I'm using the term psi rather than psychic phenomena for a very deliberate reason. When you look at actual serious researchers into the phenomenon, like Dean Radin or Jeffrey Mishlove or people like that are credentialed scientists, and they are trying to study these phenomena with as much scientific rigor as they are capable of bringing to the field, which incidentally I think is considerable. When you look at them, what they have discovered, and I hope eventually to either do a webinar or to write about this idea. There have been experiments that have been done by psychologists and so on, where it is very clear, even physiologically, that there is a response to something happening in an individual in the future that is measured and sending out a wave or a ripple or a signature into the past, which would be our present, all right? And that has led these people to come to the conclusion that time itself has a energetic wave-like structure, and this is shades again of Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev in the Soviet Union, who first gave kind of the first formal articulation to thoughts of this sort. Because remember what he said, time is not a scalar, okay? And it's really not even a unidirectional vector. It's more like a plane, all right? And they are thinking now that time is something flowing bidirectionally. In other words, from the past to the future, but there can also be subtler ripple effects from the future to the past. And that means that time is much more multidimensional than we think it is. So in other words, if that's the case, then stop and think, for those of you who are mathematically inclined. If that's the case, then you can no longer represent time in a Minkowskian four-dimensional space as a fourth coordinate. In other words, as a scalar, okay? You have to have much more involved. You might have to have several coordinates in order to represent it accurately. And that automatically means then you're dealing with hyperdimensional mathematics and a hyperdimensional phenomenon. Okay? Now, to me, this makes sense because it has always struck me as very odd, Sherry, and maybe this will make sense out there to people that have studied languages in depth and that have also studied mathematics to a certain degree. Because when you look at the way time has been modeled mathematically in physics, it's been modeled as a huge oversimplification. Just like I said, in a four-dimensional space, time is the t coordinate in an xyz t coordinate system. So you've got basically 4 dimensions there. That's how the mathematics handles it. But if you look at natural human languages and the way they handle time, it is in a far more sophisticated fashion. Just look at the tense systems of various natural languages, and you'll discover that all human languages have more than just 3 tenses, you know, past, present, and future tense. We have past perfect tense, future perfect tense, subjunctive moods, indicative moods, and so on and so forth. Transitive verbs, intransitive verbs, subjects, objects, indirect objects, and on it goes. And you realize when you study language, ultimately, that what you're really doing is you're studying a very complex structure that's locating certain things in time and in relationship to each other in an extraordinarily subtle way that, in my opinion, far eclipses the ability of mathematics, at least as you encounter it in most mathematical physics, to deal with. All right. So yeah, I think we're dealing with something that someone like Feynman, I think, particularly someone like Feynman, knew at a very, very disciplined and yet very intuitive level. And I hope that answer makes some sort of sense, Sherry, because I think it's a very, very good insight and an excellent quotation there that you found. All right, now this one is from Steve H., and this is a really interesting set of observations, and this kind of wowed me, to be honest with you, Steve, if you're still in the room. This one kind of wowed me because of obviously all of the current political talk about the child sex rings and pedophilia and so on and so forth. Listen to this, folks. He says, for the Vidchat, I have a few unrelated questions. First, I've recently been rereading Anthony Sutton's book on Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution and Levenda's Unholy Alliance. Peter Levenda covers all the occult groups and symbols around the Nazis. I've read online about Freemasons being behind the Bolsheviks. Do you know if there's any truth to this claim, and can you elaborate on it? All right. Now, I think I know what you're getting at here, Steve. There are sites where you can go and they will claim that the Bolsheviks, Lenin, Trotsky, Dzerzhinsky, people like that, were involved in Freemasonry, and then they will do things like analyze the occult symbolism of Lenin's tomb and all of this stuff and say that they were Freemasons. Now, I've never found direct, incontrovertible evidence that these people were Masons, all right? For me, the case has always been indirect, but that indirect case, I think, is far more convincing. The reason why is if you look at communist doctrine, if you look at classical Marxism for that matter, where you have the idea that all class economic distinctions will finally evaporate when humanity reaches the stage of pure communism, okay? Now, if you take that doctrine and go back in history prior to the period that Marx is writing the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital and all of this stuff, what you'll discover is that that doctrine of the disappearance of classes and of, for that matter, borders, nations, and even religions is first articulated where and by whom? In that form that I just stated it. That doctrine, part of which you'll notice is part of the doctrine of Mr. Global, the obsolescence of the nation state, right? And everybody being part of one big happy global community or corporation. That doctrine is first articulated in the Bavarian Illuminati by Adam Weishaupt, all right, the founder of the Illuminati. And it's interesting that what Weishaupt did was that he infiltrated Masonic lodges with Illuminati and did his recruiting for the Illuminati inside the Masonic lodges. So in other words, the lodges of Europe became the way that this doctrine began to spread throughout Europe. And ultimately, therefore, yes, there is a Masonic connection conceptually back from the Bolsheviks through the Marxist period back to the first articulation in that modern form by Adam Weishaupt and the Illuminati. So yes, there is a connection. All right. Question 2. This is very interesting to me, folks, because Steve is hitting on something else that has always made me suspect that these child sex rings, child abuse rings, these pedophilia rings, you know, the Franklin scandal and the Penn State business recently, that we're dealing with a global network. And now the latest email revelations vis-a-vis the Clintons is raising that specter again. All right. Now, Steve says, quote, a few nights ago, I was watching a documentary on the JonBenet Ramsey killing, and it got me thinking. So I did some research online. There seems to be a pattern involving the kidnapping or killing of kids. 2 examples. The 1988 case of 12-year-old Stephanie Crow. She is stabbed to death at night while her whole family is home. Her parents are down the hall. Her brother was a few doors away from her, and the grandparents were in the living room, but no one hears a thing. The next case, Elizabeth Smart. Again, the family is home, and she was upstairs, and 2 people break in and take her, and no one hears a thing. Is this also what happened with Polly Klaas and her 2 friends who were over, and the kidnapper ties them up? Polly's mom and grandmom are home right next door, and no one hears a struggle. My question is, what the heck is going on? Mind control or what? And I'm going to give you a big doff of the hat and a ding, ding, ding. That's exactly what I think is going on. Because you can, with some of these technologies, you can literally use remote microwave influencing and project voices directly into someone's brain. And for that matter, if you can project voices, and there's now technologies that allow them to read your read your brain waves remotely and then translate your thoughts in a kind of neurophysiological dictionary. All right. If you can do that, then you can also tune out noises and prevent people from hearing things. All right. So I give you a big ding ding. It's not necessarily mind control technology per se that may be at work, but that technology can be modified to do what you're talking about. Okay. This one from Jed Bond, Down Under. And he's got kind of a lengthy series of speculations here. Let's go to it. He says, quote, I've watched your webinar, A Strange Witness to Secret Space Programs, a couple of times. I propose there's another dot you can connect along with C.S. Lewis, none other than Walt Disney. Whilst revisiting a 1957 episode of Disneyland titled, coincidentally, Mars and Beyond, something did hit me between the eyes. Around the 39-minute, 30-second mark, the viewer is presented with a montage of 5 potential interplanetary spacecraft designs. The first 4 are chemical rocket configurations with the accompanying narrative explaining their shortfalls and hence inability to accomplish interplanetary travel. However, the 5th example is described by the narrator as, quote, a spaceship using an electromagnetic drive to neutralize gravity is the obvious answer, unquote, and concludes with the disclaimer, quote, but such a device is still a dream for the future, unquote. And then he says, here's a screen grab from that Disney documentary. Okay? A few minutes later, the same EM drive spaceship appears in all of this to familiar configuration. And again, he gives us the little screenshot from the Disney Mars and Beyond. So the question is, what did Walt know? Well, Jed, I don't know if you know this or not, but guess who Walt Disney contacted as an advisor for the documentary? Why, none other than our good friend, Dr. Werner von Braun. Yes. And guess who was one of Dr. Werner von Braun's cohorts in crime over here that von Braun had insisted be brought to this country to help him in his work? Why, it was none other than Dr. Hermann Oberth. Okay? And what project did Dr. Hermann Oberth happen to work on in Nazi Germany? Does it ring a bell, perhaps? Okay? Enough said. Part 2. Could you comment on the following? Jachin and Boaz and the pi gate, the Greek letter pi. I keep coming across examples where twin pillars appear to be sharing a dimensional ratio, as if to physically store a piece of information, the fractional expression of the ratio pi, which fractionally is 22, pardon me, 22 divided by 7. Are the Stonehenge trilithians, pardon me, folks, the oldest example of the twin pillars? A gateway built on the dimension of 22 units high by 7 units wide, the pi gate. Similar structures appear all through history as if it were a religion in its own right. One could also argue the physical appearance of the trilithians inspired the Greek letter used to express pi, and he gives us a little illustration there. You can see the Greek letter pi. The Book of Kings describes Hiram's work on Solomon's temple as in 1 Kings 7 through 15. He cast 2 pillars of brass of 18 cubits high apiece, and a line of 12 cubits did compass either of them about. And in 7:19, and the chapiters which were on top of the pillars were of lily work in the porch 4 cubits. So the overall height of the pillars and chapiters is 18 plus 4 equals 22. And then again, 1 Kings 7:17, and the nets of checker work and the wreaths of chain work for the chapiters which were on top of the pillars, 7 for the one chapter and 7 for the other. And 1 Kings 7:18, he made the pillars and 2 rows round about upon the one network to cover the chapiters that were upon the top with pomegranates, and so he did for the other chapiter. This appears to be describing the hanging decorations of 7 cubits, both connecting and covering the tops of both pillars. So the same configuration as the Stonehenge trilithians. The pillars of Solomon's temple appear to achieve 22 units of height and 7 units width. And if we bring this obsession into the modern time frame of the Freemason, the Twin Towers each had 110 floors, and part of the ritual on 9/11 may have been the symbolic destruction of the Pi Gate. 2 towers of 110 floors is a total of 220 floors coming down or over or before building 7, which is 22 by 7, again, sort of, which is pi. Any comment? Well, yeah. Yeah, you're dealing, I laid this out in Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men and Grid of the Gods. You're dealing with a megalithic building culture that is trying to preserve something, and it's spread all over the world. They're in a planetary building program, literally. It's not surprising to me. And again, Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock's book, The Master Game, is really superb in bringing out this fact that this sacred geometry is so very much surrounding us in public buildings all over the place in every country that you really have to wonder exactly what is being done. And quite simply, I think what's being done, Jed, is a planetary-wide system of geomancy, of planetary place magic, quite literally. And that would certainly be true if you've really studied the Hebrew temple in depth. That's particularly true of that structure. And again, you can find those numbers even in the tabernacle when you read how they're structured. Another book for you to consult, if you can get a hold of it, are 2 books by Peter Tompkins, The Mystery of the Great Pyramid, where he goes into a lot of the mathematical dimensions of the Great Pyramid, and the other book, The Secret of the Mexican Pyramids, which is a real mind blower, particularly when you see the mathematics involved at Teotihuacan in Mexico. So and the mathematics in both cases, incidentally, is the same. So you're dealing with this huge project where all over the world they're enshrining certain numerical values. All right. And then, go to Hoagland's early work on Cydonia at Mars, and you find, again, you have similar mathematics that he and Errol Torin dug up. However, that has been disputed by some people on the basis of the more modern photos where those dimensions don't appear to be so neat. But anyway, yeah, ding, ding, ding. All right, this one from Primal Murmur, and we have 2 more after that, and we're done for the night, guys. This has been a long haul. Here we go. When speaking of music, this to me, guys, is a really cool, and I'm going to doff my hat here to Primal Murmur. This is a really cool set of observations and questions. Number 1, when speaking of music as inspiration, as you were in the last Solari report, I'm wondering if you meant more than just in the sense of refreshment of the soul. Specifically, I'm wondering if you've developed the ability to derive actual usable content from the music by abstracting. This is an excellent, I cannot tell you how excellent this is, by abstracting the tonal procedures and applying them to other disciplinary contexts, such as a historical narrative or the structure of your next book. And the short answer here, Primal Murmur, is yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Those tonal procedures, when you abstract them to the ultimate degree that you can, will yield you very simple, basic structures that resemble the tropes of rhetoric. Bernstein talks about this in his fourth Harvard Norton lecture. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. You'll see him doing it. All right. And he'll talk about finding zeugmas and so on, just squatting there right in the middle of the music. All right. So yes, you can abstract from music or rhetoric. You can abstract these very simple little structures and then apply them across the board in any context. So absolutely, yes, there's a way of doing that. Absolutely. Number 2. As I've said in past vidchats, I'm studying a few keyboard concertos by Johann Sebastian and Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach. One of the rewards of such close study is being able to see the extent to which Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach took his father's procedures and just ran with them. Oh, here. I'm glad. I truly am gratified, Primal Murmur, that you have discovered that. And you almost have to look at the scores themselves to see what he's doing, because a lot of times you're not hearing it directly. A lot of times it's simply structural. It's sort of hidden hearing, if you will. But yes, absolutely, you are spot on here. At times I feel like I'm getting to directly observe a great mind in the process of producing some of its greatest work. The next natural step is to see how other composers have taken CPE Bach's procedures and turned them into something else yet again. Mozart is the obvious first choice. And listen to this, folks. Primal Murmur, I'm going to doff my hat here again, because you found something, ding, 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 right on the tip of the nose. I'm seeing Bach's influence in his Piano Concerto 17 in G major, Köchel 453. You're not only seeing it, Primal Murmur, but squatting right in the middle of the slow movement of that piece is a quotation from CPE Bach, slowed down 8 times. Squatting right in the middle of the slow movement of that piece, right out of CPE Bach. And you'll find Mozart doing that a lot. If you really know CPE Bach and you really know Mozart, you'll be astounded at what you hear. And most musicologists, as far as I'm aware, are not aware that he's doing this. But remember, Mozart said he, meaning CPE Bach, is the father. We are the children. Whatever we do right, we owe to him. All right? So yeah, let me continue with what you say. What other composers and works would you recommend where Emanuel Bach's influence, particularly from his keyboard concertos, can be clearly seen? Well, there's 2 in particular. One is Franz Joseph Haydn, okay, Joseph Haydn, and the other is Ludwig Beethoven. Now, let's take Beethoven first. If you read Beethoven's letters, you'll encounter one of his letters where he is pressing one of his people, one of his agents, to go out and buy the latest volume of CPE Bach sonatas, because Beethoven is studying these things like nobody's business. All right, these are not his concertos, these are his solo keyboard sonatas. And if you dig long enough, you're going to run across the fact that CPE Bach published a little sonata in C minor. I believe it was part of the Württemberg sonatas. It may have been the Prussian, I don't remember which right off the top of my head, but it's a little sonata in C minor. And it's got a very interesting theme, which you hear Beethoven take and then expand even more dramatically in his very famous Appassionata piano sonata. You do a comparison of the 2 sonatas and the influence is very, very clear. And that's one of Beethoven's most famous sonatas. And people don't realize that, in a certain sense, they're listening to reworked CPE Bach, okay, by Beethoven, you know, who does his own little things with it, all right? When you turn to Haydn, you're going to find something else going on. And Haydn, again, just like Mozart, just like Beethoven, was studying C.P.E. Bach like nobody's business. And Haydn, you'll hear a number of things. You really have to know Haydn's lesser known keyboard concertos to hear this. The G minor, or pardon me, the G major number 9, Hoboken, I forget the Hoboken number there, but the G major number 9, which is very, very seldom heard anymore. If you listen to the third movement, you're going to hear C.P.E. Bach like harmonies all over the place. Haydn makes a great use of enharmonic modulations. That's another C.P.E. Bach trick. So in other words, if you look at C.P.E. Bach, he's influencing the 3 great classical era composers. And like you say, what he's doing in turn is he's taking things from his father and just rewriting all the rules of style. He's creating something entirely new with very old material. So it's very, very interesting that you've latched onto that, and I doff my hat that you did. Number 3. At various places in your work, you conflate the words analogical and harmonic. I understand that you're not trying to say the two concepts are equivalent, but they are certainly closely related. Given that you've said that the thought process is fundamentally analogical, would it then be fair to say that the thought process is driven by the desire or need to harmonize sensory data and the concepts formed from that data? Answer: yes, but I mean something else here, and Primal Murderer, you're getting it. I can tell you're getting it. You're getting the breadth and depth of this, all right? When I'm using the term harmonic as an analogy for the word analogy, okay, I mean something else. Remember, the harmonic series has overtones. In other words, when you hit a note, you're hearing another note sounding at the same time. That's particularly true on pipe organs, all right? That's how pipe organs are built. The harmonic, in other words, always has the presence of the fundamental, heard in a different way. So in other words, the harmonic is, so to speak, already an analogy. So in other words, you can have a harmonic of a fundamental, not even necessarily in music. You're going to have the concept itself, the structure of the concept in the fundamental context, and then it will appear in a completely different context, and I would call that a harmonic. So in other words, what I'm suggesting to you is that this ancient idea of the cosmos being an analogical structure, remember that the ancients also thought that the cosmos was what? It was the music of the spheres. In other words, this is all harmony. This is all echoes of a fundamental, all right? And that's another way of saying analogical, all right? Number 4. I recently read an article by a well-known researcher which purported to be about the suppressed role of Mary Magdalene in Christian history. I thought it would shed some light on the sacred feminine in the early Christian church, but it was nothing more than poorly argued feminist polemic. I dismissed the article because it relied entirely on the Nag Hammadi Gnostic Gospels to support its arguments. Do you think it was reasonable for me to do so? Can we equate the Gnostic Gospels with Gnostic tactics? Yeah, it's reasonable, but I don't think it is true that the Gnostic Gospels, in my opinion, are manuals of tactics. All right, but that's not all they are. There's content to them. There's conceptual content to them. So in other words, it's good to remember that they are manuals of technique, but they're also books of concepts, all right? So I hope that is making some sort of sense. Now, to continue your comment here, just to be clear, I'm not necessarily against feminism. I'm just definitely opposed to Gnostic feminism. Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. It's hard to get that dualism out of the Gnostic texts, and one of the problems that dualism leads to is, or can lead to, is the idea that the feminine is inherently evil, or vice versa, that the masculine is inherently evil. but it's always got to be one or the other. There's always got to be an evil pole to the good pole, however you define that sexually, and that's a huge problem with it. So yeah, I tend to agree with you. You need to be very, very careful of those things. Number 5, you recently said you're sending out some focused intentions towards George Soros. How can we cohere? I would say simply wish that none of that man's intentions, particularly his malevolent intentions, come true, come to fruition. You know, dispel all of his plans and evil. Just turn them back on him. All right. All right. Last one of the night here, guys. No, pardon me. Second to the last one. This is from Izeta. And she says an odd thing. This is good, folks. I hope you listen to this very carefully because this has some good insights here. An odd thing happened to me this week. I work in an open plan office and I get to hear the telephone conversations of all my coworkers. Normally, as they discuss issues about clients and other third parties with other members of staff, I know who and what they are discussing about, and quite often I'm in agreement with their assessment of the people being discussed, even though the assessments are nearly always unfair, nasty, and derogatory of the individuals or groups of people that the topic is about. I, like most people I know, tend to accept the status quo and move right along. However, on a particular occasion this week, I was overhearing a typical rant from a coworker about an individual that I did not know, when I caught myself quite suddenly feeling the complete opposite. And I was able to observe that I felt a very distinct sense of compassion and patience for the person being discussed. As I listened to the conversation, I had a sort of emotional turn or profound realization that there are groups of people in our community that have very little knowledge of how certain things are meant to be done properly when dealing with office procedures or office workers and their personal expectations. For instance, how to fill in an application form, or how to voice an objection regarding a problem, etc. In short, we have corporate snobbery. I wondered why I might be feeling so different to, say, last week, when the same coworker would say similar things, and I would simply nod and go along with the unfair assessment of the person being talked about. I know I sound childish and mean, not at all. Not at all. This isn't childish. But last week I could easily justify it by simply saying things like, well, they should know better, or what's wrong with people, and so on. And incidentally, I think we've all had this experience, okay? I looked back to see what I've been doing differently to have made me feel or be able to understand this person's point of view from their perspective. And I remembered, this is so crucial here, this is such a good insight. I remembered that there were a few little things that I've been doing that might have influenced how I'm beginning to see other humans that think and work differently, or who are less fortunate and perhaps cannot read, or who are not corporatized and simply unaware how office workers expect their fellow humans to behave. These are, number 1, I've been reading God, History, and Dialectic. That's my big theological tome. Number 2, I've been formulating some more thoughts about God and nature versus artificial intelligence and anti-nature. Number 3, I seriously warned my son about his friendship with an occult Wiccan couple and therefore revised my own thoughts about my own spirituality. Number 4, I've been watching the Star Trek episodes and the Star Wars movies. And number 5, I said the Lord's Prayer before going to sleep the night before my epiphany. So my questions are, number 1, is it possible that these little things that I've been doing are beginning to influence me from within, so that emotions like compassion, understanding, and mercy start to come naturally? Answer, yes. If so, it makes sense that nature, compassion, and mercy are the byproducts of a human seeking God and God responding with these emotions. Would this be correct? Yes, but it's also your response to a natural state of humanity in relationship with the divine. Absolutely. Number 2, are these the gifts that the churches have always talked about? Answer, yes, but I would say not simply the churches, but you'll find similar expressions in almost every spiritual tradition in the world. You certainly find it in Hinduism, you find it in Buddhism, you find it in Confucianism. You always have some sort of indication that when you're trying to better yourself spiritually, these things begin to happen. You begin to see things differently, little things, and that's the little things are the key that a big thing is happening inside you. So in other words, there are really no little things. C.S. Lewis tells an interesting story, and this really stuck with me the first time I read it. He tells the story of this lady who would go to church, on a regular basis, and in her public life away from church, she would be this hellion. She would be this shrew who would cuss and chew people out, and on and on and on. And one individual observing this behavior said, well, isn't she just being kind of a hypocrite? And the other individual observed, no, she's come a long way, because she used to be a prostitute and is not doing any of that anymore. So in other words, it's easy for us to judge a person at the moment that we encounter them for whatever behavior they might be exhibiting, but we do not know the history of that person and whether or not that behavior represents regress or progress. you know that's that's putting it very simply, but yeah, it's the same thing that you're encountering by opening yourself up to some of these influences. All right, then 4, you say, by continuing with these little practices, how does a human become a better person, able to understand others? That is, what is the working mechanism that shifts the person from being nasty to being compassionate? And we all do this. We all have our habitual reaction to the inconveniences of human relationship, okay? To put it for want of a better expression. And the first thing that and the thing that gets overlooked the most, at least in my experience, is when I'm reacting with initial anger or frustration to a person, it's because I haven't stopped myself to remind myself I don't know everything this person's been through or their background. If I can just, in those situations where I'm wanting to respond with frustration or anger, if I can just take a second to draw my breath and remind myself, I don't know where this person's coming from or what they've been through that might be causing them to react in this way. If you can just remind yourself to pause before responding, that goes a long way. Take a breath. And we all do this. It's become habitual to us to react that way. So we have to train ourselves to inculcate the habit of taking that breath and pausing to remember that we don't know everything about that person, and remind ourselves to just kind of slow down. All right. And Ramura said something very interesting in the chat room just now. She says, I can usually come up with some kind of alternative scenario that makes sense. Right. You can come up with a scenario that doesn't put the onus of bad behavior or perceived bad behavior on someone else. And there are times when people are just behaving badly and you have to tell them you're behaving badly. You know? But oftentimes not so. Anyway, excellent questions. All right, last one of the night. This one is from Leo. All right. And he says, in the latest dialogue, number 261, Daniel mentions during his opening introduction that as a liturgical Christian, he believes that the rituals enacted in a temple during a service are not just a reenactment of an event that happened thousands of years ago, but that the event is happening in eternity and forever, and we are enacting it here on earth, or words to that effect. If I've understood what he said, then is it that our enacting it here on earth is somehow instrumental in it being enacted in a spiritual domain elsewhere? Is this correct? Yes, it is. What Daniel is talking about is the Orthodox belief that the liturgy, the Mass, but Orthodox prefer to call it the liturgy, that the liturgy that you're attending in church on a Sunday or on a holy day or whatever is not separate from the liturgy that someone else is doing in another church, or that may have been done 100 years ago or 100 years in the future, or separate from the liturgy that's taking place in heaven. It's all one liturgy, in other words, being celebrated, so to speak, at the same time. And because it's at the same time, it's really kind of an eternal thing, or to be more accurate, an everlasting thing. If you go into Orthodox churches, you'll see, all these icons of saints, around you. Well, that's to denote their presence with you. All right. So in other words, you go in, you reverence the icons. There's a certain way you do that, and then you turn around and you bow to everybody in the church. Well, the reason you're bowing is everybody standing in front of you is also an icon, an image. All right. So there's not this idea of separation. I think that's what he was trying to express there. Now, continuing with your question, could you please expand on this idea and clarify it more fully and how it relates to particular sacraments? For example, baptism, the Eucharist, and marriage. This is an area of great interest to me. Well, the Orthodox Church, and again, you have to understand where Daniel's coming from here, because he is Eastern Orthodox, and pardon me, he used to be Anglican. So in other words, he's been both in a Western liturgically oriented church, as well as has been Orthodox. And in point of fact, the understanding of these things in the High Anglican tradition is very, very similar. But there is one key difference in that the Western churches tend to talk in terms of sacraments as being channels of grace. And in the Roman Catholic tradition, there are 7 such sacraments: baptism, confirmation, the Mass, confession, marriage, and unction. All right. In the Lutheran and Anglican churches, sometimes they'll say 3, sometimes 2, but there's always this idea that a sacrament is a channel, a special channel of God's grace. All right. The problem that Orthodoxy has with that is that it's as if you're restricting the channels of grace to specific material things. In point of fact, the Orthodox way of thinking is that the sacraments are there because everything in the material creation is and can be sacramental. All right. But those sacraments have special place because what they're doing, baptism is placing you in to the life of Christ. It's a birth of water in the Spirit. Well, what's Christ's birth? It's a birth of the Virgin, the Spirit moving over the waters of her womb, and so on. So in other words, those kinds of sacraments are injecting you into the life of Christ. Marriage does the same thing, believe it or not, because there's the marriage of Christ in the church. So in other words, the Orthodox mentality is sort of different here than the Western mentality, which kind of tends to restrict material channels of grace to those things. And then there's a special category of things called sacramentals, like, icons and so on and so forth. So they get around to saying the same thing, but, they say it with kind of a tendency to be over precise. Let's put it that way. Anyway, there we are, folks. Great questions tonight. Doff my hat to all of you again. And I'll stick around here like I always do for a few minutes and have our post-chat banter and so on. Echo Oscar made it into the chat room. It's been a while since Echo Oscar's been here, so hello to Echo Oscar. Made 87, yeah, Made 87. Let me see who I missed here. Base R has made it into the chat room. Welcome to Base R. Sorry I didn't catch you guys. You know, as it goes, as I'm looking, I can't respond to everybody coming into the chat room. Anyway, but let me refresh my user list here. We did have quite a few people in tonight's chat. I think we did break a record. I'm showing 62 right now, so that's pretty good. So we'll say 57 because I think there were some duplications. Yeah, thank you, Erna. Yeah, I think we were probably around 57. I'm going to call it 57. We set a new record tonight. Anyway, yeah, some really good questions, some really good insights, I think. Very good insights. Wow. That was a long one, though. But some great observations, good stuff on basic spiritual things, and some good observations about some music and so on. So I really enjoyed that. A sanity huddle, that's it. That's what it was. That's what it was. Yes, welcome back, Megalithic. Just a whoa man has to go eat. Well, hearty appetite. Hearty appetite. And I'm going to stick around here possibly till 10, but at least till 9:30, and then I've got to go eat too. Oh. Geiger says, does anyone else get over-electrified the longer a Vidchat goes on? Kind of an anxious, intense feeling. No, I've never had that happen. Do I know anything about geomagnetically induced currents in oil pipelines? No, I don't. I've never heard of that. It doesn't surprise me, but I've never heard it. Mate is saying that the internet is full of voting machines switching votes. Yes, I've seen that. I've seen that. And, you know, it's clear that something's going on. Winston, no, he has not. I wish he would. I wish he would. I'd do it myself, but I don't want to steal his thunder. Have I seen the recent article about secret microwave networks for private businesses, especially banks and trading houses? No, I've not, but I'm not surprised because AT&T I have seen the old AT&T microwave antenna networks around the country. You know, those networks have been up for a long time. Yeah, an interesting post correlating, Catherine 60 says, interesting post about Italian political decisions to stay in the EU or earthquakes the next day. Yep. Yep. What did my friend Michael think about what happened during that morning on 9/11? Um, we were both just, our first reaction, quite frankly, was shock, uh, speechlessness, really. And I think, probably he was more just shocked by it than I was. It took it, I'd had to calm myself down and say, I need to pay attention to this and really pay attention. And I did. He was very, like most of us were. We were just dumbfounded. Um, no, Daniel Jones. No, Daniel Jones is a friend of mine. Nothing to do with Daniel List. Just a Woman says, went to one of the top 10 restaurants in the United States in Cincinnati, going to visit girlfriends from high school eons ago. I suggest doing that with friends before they aren't on this planet anymore. Well, I hope not. I hope not. I hope not. But I do think things are getting really kooky. Just very, very kooky. Karambit, I think that's Karambit, or is that Catherine? That's Krizani. My husband was seeing it on the TV. I was in the other room and thought he was reading The Onion. It was so unreal. Yep. Yeah, it had a surreal quality to it. It had this eerie, surreal, bizarre quality. Yeah, Ramura says, I knew right away it was a false flag, problem, reaction, solution. I felt like a rabbit in a bag. Yeah. Joseph Woman says, it turns out the high frequency trading, remember, no abbreviations here. If they're not common, spell it out. But high frequency trading works best if the links between your computer and the market is close. Yes, that's true. That's true. Mirror 13 says, for clarification, my charlatan reference for Trump is based on his inability to attack Clinton with more well-researched facts. I'm more satisfied with his productivity views. Well, Trump, I do agree, Trump missed several opportunities in those debates to really zing her. I mean, he zinged her, but I mean, he could have really gone for the body slam. There were several missed opportunities. But I write that down to the fact that he's not experienced in debating, although it does appear to me that he's learning very quickly. But all in all, I think he held his own and actually did better in some instances. Hillary just looked fake to me. Yeah. JW says, I'm off to work my night shift. All right, JW, have a good one. Thanks for coming. Mirror 13 says, DFHA, Dr. Farrell hates acronyms. Yes, I do. Not unless they're commonly known, but folks, you cannot believe the emails I get where I'm getting these abbreviations and I'm supposed to just guess what people are talking about. And that takes my time because I've got to write them back and say, what are you talking about? And then they send me another email. So I've got another email to open and read. Please use the English language. Please. Anyway, Mate says, I've been reading Thomas Bearden's theories on cancer and viruses and general stress response at organism level. It is spooky that he's 1991-92 speculation about the role of hypoxia in these disorders has been recently discovered. Yep. Ain't that interesting? Ain't that interesting? Geiger and Steve Pachenik video drops a line that Hillary's health will be a problem if she wins, and that she knows that, as if her illness was electrically induced. Could be. Could be. Ramura says there's an interesting link as to how the world's countries would vote Trump versus Clinton. Very insightful how the news may be reporting. Echo Oscar. All right. Good night. Yeah, it is interesting to see how countries would respond. It's a foregone conclusion here. Mirror 13 says, if Clinton's health is an issue, I really fear Kane. He's such a puppet. I can see the strings. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. Yeah, acronyms are not communication. This is part of the problem. We're looking at a breakdown of the ability to communicate, and that's the problem. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, there is something bizarre going on with her health. I don't wish anyone ill. And there's something very, very strange about what's going on with her. Geiger says, the people I've met from the UK that visit here all think we love Obama. They get an earful very quickly. Very interesting. Yeah, well, the truth is most of the country, at least half of the country, was never sold on Obama. Catherine 60 says Hillary is rotting from the inside out. That's very perceptive. She does appear to be kind of falling apart. Bill Clinton also appears to be kind of falling apart. Who was the last free president? Oh, that's a tough one. I'm inclined to say Jefferson, but in modern terms, I'd have to say Kennedy. Semi-free, at least. Just a Woolman says, when we were filling sandbags in our basement for the Cuban Missile Crisis, we thought that was historic, and it pales compared to this election. Yep. Andrew Jackson. Yeah, maybe Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was probably the Donald Trump of the Donald Trump of his day. You are a den of vipers, and I will root you out. It's kind of hard to get any more graphic than that. Dr. Mary's monkey. Yep. And he carried pistols. Well, he had to carry pistols. He had a lot of people gunning for him. Uh, he wasn't such a nice guy either. He was incredibly cruel to the Cherokee Indians. But, no one's perfect. He did have the right idea about central banks. But, one of those things, neither here nor there, guys. Oh, I've got a pile of emails to get through tomorrow. Oh, look at that. Well, yeah, there's a lot of unnice things going on from both candidates in this election. Stuff that even 4 years ago you wouldn't have heard any candidate saying. Just a whoa man says, I spent a ton to get Glenn Beck to understand the natural born citizen facts, and when I handed him a letter, he looked like a deer in the head. Look, okay, Winston, take it easy. Glenn Beck, I'd rather listen to 45 hours straight of Alex Jones or listen to Vivaldi's One Violin Concerto in all of its 455 variations on convenient 45 LP records than listen to Glenn Beck. Chime says Beck is bonkers. Yeah, I can't figure the guy out, guys. I really can't. I have no use for him. I never really could like him. I used to listen to him occasionally, and okay, well, that's interesting, but he's just so, I don't know. The word turncoat comes to mind, but but anyway. Uh, I think he's one of these people that's going to fall by the wayside before too long. We shall see. Oh, guys, I just got done talking about not using abbreviations, and all you're doing now is using abbreviations, and most of us can't follow what you're talking about. Ramura says, did you see Chris Matthews throw Hillary under the bus the other day? Chris Matthews? I'm okay, Ramura, you've got my attention now. So tell us, what did Chris Matthews do to throw Hillary under the bus? I've really, there's another one I don't watch, but I do have to know what that consisted of. I'm even lighting another cigarette for this one, Ramura, so you've got my attention. Okay, Ramura says, when CNN, MSNBC, and Washington Post all started trashing Hillary, the worm is turned. I didn't know that they were trashing Hillary. So that's news to me. That's news to me. But that says something about those mainstream media journalists. They are bought and paid for. They'll turn on a dime, you know. Nuclear said, yeah, if you don't vote for change because you're too dainty, you'll be struck with the same old status quo. Wow. Yeah, email it to me. Email the link to me, Ramiro. Don't put it here in the chat room because I won't, you know, when I leave, I won't be able to watch it. Just email it to me, Ramiro, because I'll probably watch it later tonight for my before bedtime entertainment. This I've got to see. This I've got to see. Uh, Geiger says, how about your old pal Newt giving it to Megan? Well, he's not an old pal. I met him, you know, I met him when I had first gone up to Oxford in a weird sort of way, but he's certainly not a pal. Oh, dear. Eudemus says, I can't watch those guys. How can anyone listen to hours of Limbaugh without getting physically ill? No argument. No argument. All right. Ramura says she'll email me the Matthews thing. I never could figure out what Newt's agenda was. I really can't. You know, he's got all sorts of globalist connections all on his own. No, I'm not pals with Newt Gingrich. Trust me. He doesn't know me from Adam. He wouldn't remember me because that meeting was, you know, there were a bunch of other people there. It was after a union debate. So I don't know what you're talking, how Newt went off on Megyn Kelly, but you know, it doesn't surprise me that he did. She needs to have somebody go off on her. Geiger says he cheated on his wives because he was so passionate for our country. What's not to love? Oh, I'll give you a point for that one, Geiger. That's good. Those were the days. Newt Gingrich and Frank Luntz and oh boy. Romero says, for the record, I don't watch mainstream media, but I do scour the net for good clips. Aha, sure, Romero, we believe you. I admit, I do the same thing. I do go to YouTube usually once, you know, once a day and just kind of surf around and see if there's if there's anything really juicy. Geiger says, oh my God, he, assuming you mean Newt, told Megyn Kelly she's obsessed with sex. Oh, wow. Well, for the record, I really cannot stand her. I just really cannot. Catherine 60 says, Godlike Productions a good source for up-to-date news. I have to remember that. I am familiar with them. Yeah, I'm afraid, Krizani, you're right. It's going to be a while before we have real people emerge onto the public stage. Geiger says he really let her have it, dared her to say Bill Clinton and sexual predator in the same sentence. She wouldn't do it. Well, of course not. She can't. Oh, dear. Ramirez says, I'm convinced Megyn Kelly is a robot. Yeah, yeah. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. No, I'm sorry. I can't do those lamestream media shows. I can't do Fox. I can't do CNN. I can't do MSNBC, CBS, or anything like that. I just can't. Geiger says Megyn Kelly is a fembot. Oh dear. I could say something, folks, but it would be in terribly bad taste. So I won't. I'll leave it to your imaginations. But anyway. Oh dear. It's that time of night, guys. Yes, we are we are winding down. You can tell I'm in need of getting some food into my stomach. That's what I'm that's what I'm in need of. Ramura says there's something too perfect and plastic about her entire being. Yep, I can't agree or couldn't put it better myself, Ramura. Just of Woman says, I sat with a man from South Africa who's not a citizen here, and he was totally unaware of the options for finding truth on the internet, and I turned him on to Giza and Solari. Well, good, thank you. Thank you. Geiger says, I just sent you the Newt video that had me laughing for days. All right, cool. Well, I'll have two videos, one from Ramura and one from Geiger to watch before I go to sleep tonight. If they are what you say they are, then I'll probably try and laugh myself to sleep. Enki Nike, welcome back. Yeah, there is something so scripted, so plastic, so phony about Megyn Kelly that I just I just can't. Oh dear. Oh, but they're all that way, guys, you know. I don't know, it must be something about big mass media that does something to people. Mate 87 is asking, who is Megyn Kelly? She is a major, all right, good night, Nuclear. Megyn Kelly is a major American anchor person on Fox News. She's a real piece of work. Geiger says something interesting. What I'm truly wondering is, where are the live broadcast hacks by anonymous or other hacker groups? How are they immune to hacks? Geiger, I'm glad you mentioned that, Geiger, because I've been wondering the same thing. And I got to tell you, I get this feeling that there's going to be something like that happen in the future. I really do. Everything just turns off and somebody else comes on the screen. Oh dear. Someone is going to do that at some point. I just have that feeling. You know, they've done pretty much something like that to Michael Savage, an American talk show host. He got on some sort of anti-Hillary rant, and they simply turned off his program. So somebody should have hacked and turned it right back on. You know? Harvey's Barn says CNN and Fox were off air this morning. Oh, well, that's interesting. Maybe somebody's already doing it. Oh, Megyn Kelly's on. Turn her off. Oh, yeah, the rotary oscillator will go crazy. We'll go crazy if that happens. Yeah, broadcast feeds are incredibly well protected. They always have been, says Megalithic Yard. But some of these hackers are pretty sophisticated. So, you know, uh, that'll happen eventually, I'm sure. It doesn't affect me because I don't even have my TV turned on. It's not even hooked up to cable. The only thing I watch on my TV are my DVDs, and that's it. People of Earth, your attention, please. I like that, Arna. People of Earth, your attention, please. We not only have Hillary's emails, but we've been reading these emails on Beta Centauri 3. We're very disturbed. You little primates down here are pretty screwed up. So we're stepping in. Oh dear, that'll be next. Oh dear. If hackers can hack into the Federal Reserve, why can't they hack into the TV stations? Well, it's coming. They already did Sony. So it's coming. Dark Jedi says, I've traveled among a sea of stars to reach your planet. And now that we're here, we're very disappointed. But we're still looking for signs of intelligent life. But anyway. Oh, dear. Yes, abduct her. Take her to your leader. Oh, dear. Jeannie says when we move next April, we won't have cable or satellite, so we're stocking up on movies. That's what I do. I can't stand to watch television anymore. I won't watch it. I won't let that junk into my house. I just won't. I don't want their commercials. I don't want any of it. Yeah, Mirror 13 says, I remember Ralph Nader giving a powerful concession speech after either the 2004-2008 election when the screen went blank and CNN said they were having technical difficulties. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Can't have Ralph Nader saying anything. Oh, don't want that. Oh, dear. Chime says CBS is reporting possible terrorist attack Monday before the election in New York, Texas, Virginia by Al-Qaeda. What happened to ISIS? Oh, yeah. That's Hillary, so we've got to blame Al-Qaeda. Well, one and the same. But, I'm very worried about that, too. I really am. It's perfect for it. It's just incredible. Eudemonist says, I won't listen to commercial radio. I listen to radio. I listen to the morning local show where I'm at. But when Glenn Beck comes on, the radio goes off. It's turning off. But I do listen to the local show, and sometimes I'll tune in to some of the other national shows that they have on, if I think I can stand it. Geiger, do things feel more peaceful since cutting off the cable? Yes, and I'll tell you something else, Geiger. I have cut down my time. It used to be I would get up as a daily ritual, do my emails and everything, and I've cut down as much as I can, as much as I dare, my time online, and things feel much more peaceful because of that. Eudemonist says, blame it on Putin. Oh, yes. it's either Putin or the Zionists or the international Zionist Putin Masonic conspiracy. You know, they're behind it all. Oh dear. Okay, folks, I think I am going to answer my growling tummy and go put some food into it. So I may be back much later just to see if anybody is still left in the chat room, and if so, I might say hi and catch up on things. But for now, I'm going to say good night to everybody. Thank you for joining in and making this a very fun Vidchat show. I'll see everybody later, and God bless.